Good evening, chaps, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 16th of April 2022. I am Bezek, and as always, I'm joined by Trim,
Hello.
Bleach Demon,
I'm still here.
and Discordia will be with us after she acquires and possibly eats bacon.
Oh,
Does
Worthy,
one really
worthy.
acquire bacon, or do you just kind of rent it?
A minute on,
Depends
a
on
moment
which
on the
country you
lips,
live in.
forever on the hips. Or in my case, the thighs.
well,
And not on the good
you
way.
could consider it a rent. You could consider it a renting if you live in China, because first you eat the bacon, then someone eats you.
In China, they beat your dogs and cats to death, put them in plastic bags, and then eat them.
Or
Yeah,
maybe bat
again.
soup?
Indeed.
Yeah, but then we get the coop again.
We have student of history in chat. Good morning, student. And he says based bacon.
Hey, based bacon.
Yep, we like
He's
bacon.
Good. Sounds fucking delicious.
Doesn't it, Jess?
But wait,
Bacon.
if we have based bacon, what does that do to based ape?
Isn't that how you
he's a
get?
based monkey.
Isn't that how you get Vades?
Babes?
Oh, look who's come crawling in. Someone must have bacon.
I do have bacon.
Hello.
Ed, you change the time. I love you guys, but not as much as I like bacon.
I hear Scottish noises again.
Yes.
Hello, Buffet King.
As I said, rude. I mean, I understand, but rude.
I mean, it's true though.
Yes, but
Just being
still.
honest.
Well, try not being honest for once.
Why though?
We understand. If I had access to bacon, I'd be eating bacon.
Wait,
I-
you
I'd
don't
prefer,
eat bacon when you have access?
No, I always eat
What?
bacon when I have access, which is why I don't have access to bacon at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I mean, anyone who has access to bacon and don't eat it is... Are you even human at this point?
Yes, but then you also have scrapple alternatives.
Ugh.
Student of
If anyone tries to
History.
say turkey or vegan bacon, they're dead.
Student of History says bacon is always the option. There's a reason why one of the Abrahamic faiths is simply the superior option. Yes, the one that allows
Yeah.
bacon.
I mean, I'm still convinced that every jihad is based upon the fact that they see that we eat bacon, and out of just crippling jealousy, out of the smell and the delicious crunch and everything, it's like, we are going to have jihad on you. That is the truth behind a jihad.
I'd be cranky if
They
I
were
couldn't have
denied
bacon.
bacon.
It's why vegans are so
Exactly.
grumpy.
Because they don't have bacon.
I did think funny the
Yes.
other day. I was walking down the street and I had picked up a McDonald's on the way home because I couldn't be bothered to sort out dinner.
Have actual
And-
food.
Yeah. So I'm walking down the street with this fucking massive McDonald's burger, and this woman walks past me. She was clearly a vegan. Like, she had the vegan sickly look about it, and the look she gave me for daring to have a burger. I thought she was gonna slap me.
Wait, is that technically a non-criminal hate crime incident?
Vegans
Oh,
are
baby, maybe I should do it.
actually, didn't they decide that vegans were a protected class?
No.
Yeah, they didn't
Really?
technically they did, because one had won a tribunal thing for getting sacked for refusing to serve customers bacon in a supermarket or something. So the outcome of
Ew.
that was basically they're a protected class, because it was treated like a
Yeah.
religion and that. But I don't think it's legally that way, or at least not yet.
It's a shame.
Mm.
I think that being vegan should be reason to not just sack
Wait,
them,
wait,
but
wait,
to
wait,
commit
wait.
actual hate crime
Okay.
against them.
Does this mean that when I serve guests who refuse to eat meat at the 3-course meal every night here, When I meet those guys with the stupid, I don't want any meat, or I don't want this and that, I can be like, I refuse to serve you out of principle.
But see, you're committing the hate crime now.
Yes,
I think
you're the one
you might
committing
get
the hate
sacked.
crime.
And Jim comes back and he's like, I'm not a buffet king anymore. Have more time.
Yes, one man's hate crime is another's delicious bacon.
Yeah.
I commit hate crimes for access to bacon. Wait,
I already do. Oh, I'm not even gonna hide behind a joke. I do. Oh, the things I do for bacon is illegal in every country in Earth except for Saudi Arabia.
How's it go? It's only legal in 3 states, and this isn't one of them.
Yep.
Welcome to Delaware.
The murder? No, Detroit is the murder death capital of the world.
Yeah, they always make
Pretty
fun
sure
of
that was Shanghai though.
make fun of West Virginia and Alabama about incest, and yet look at Delaware. Need I say more?
Sweet, yeah, but Sweet Home Alabama rings better than Sweet Home Delaware. Yeah, we can make it work though.
See?
I like how Jim proved himself wrong in the middle of that sentence.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey, I'm a chef for a reason. We're not known for being smart.
Or subtle.
Subtle? What the fuck is that word?
Exactly.
Hey, weird language here.
Yeah, it is, but I do believe that the murder death capital of the world is San Angeles.
But only if you don't know how to use the 3 seashells.
But how do you use the 3 seashells?
Oh.
If you don't know, I can't tell you. I'm sorry. It's codified in law.
When I was a kid and I saw that movie for the first time, and that I didn't know what the seashells were, and it kept me up at night.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah. And that's the story of how I became a master. What? I just walk into the middle of the fucking thing. It's like, how does the seashells work? Bang, 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 bang. I can't take it anymore. What are they?
As student of history points out, Grim, if you don't know how to use the seashells, just say swear words at the fine box.
Well, that sounds like a fucking amazing idea.
Wow.
I mean, it's expensive toilet paper, but when you don't have toilet paper, you gotta make do.
That's what John Spartan did.
Yes. I am the law. I know it's a different movie, but it's still fucking hilarious.
Yes. The American DOJ and pretty much all of Australian government. I am the law.
Pray I do not change the law further.
Well, what were we actually talking about before I came in and got everyone on bacon?
I just
No,
hear
that's
bacon
pretty much
sounds
what
in
we
the
were
background.
talking about.
Oh, I see.
You heard vegan and was immediately triggered.
Well, you know, vegans though.
You just hear a fucking bass sound in the background, like every time I hear vegan, I get triggered. Get up and end up having a fucking aneurysm every time.
Oh dear. All I can think about now is bacon.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's how this whole thing started. The Bacon Wars.
See, the
Yes.
Crusades were really about monks hungry in Jerusalem over bacon.
We must protect Jerusalem.
We must return bacon to the Holy Land. Because is it really the Holy Land without bacon?
To quote an Australian guy I know, Beist. No idea where he got it from, though.
Ah, dear. Let's see. Billy Blogs asks if anyone on the show uses a bidet. Is it mainly a French thing? I don't.
What the hell is the... Oh, wait, bidet's the asshole washer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not really a thing in Australia.
No.
Nor in the States, but I will say I've used them on occasion just for the entertainment value sake. Yes, I've used a bidet.
Yeah. Let's see. Student of History
I mean,
says...
What's the point of it?
I don't know. Well, apparently it was money on toilet paper.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
bet
like,
the owners of
oh,
those
hey,
were,
I like to have a
complaining
stream
during the
of
time
water
it
up
was
my
rich.
ass.
I mean, if it works, it works. Why not?
It's just when
I'm
you
so
forget
rich,
to turn
I
on
have
the
a
hot
stream
water.
of water up my ass.
Just remember to
I'm
turn on
rich
the hot
enough
water.
to have. I'm rich enough to have a stream of water up my ass, but I'm not rich enough to have it be warm water.
Yeah, dear. Student History says, as Rousseau and half the Western governments have decided, Judge Dredd did nothing wrong. Hmm. Do you know who really did nothing wrong? McCarthy.
Yes,
Based.
we need McCarthy back.
Strangely enough, I dated a woman whose aunt dated McCarthy when they were young.
Bye.
Wow.
McCarthy wasn't wrong.
Exactly. Side note, don't date librarians.
This has been a story by.
Yeah, they prefer book bindings over others.
Student says McCarthy did one thing wrong. He didn't go far enough.
Based.
Nice. Lyman
agree with
M waves. And cheers some beer. Hold on. I've got something for Lyman.
Is it beer?
Yes. Yes, it is. Here we go.
See, I do have a cider last, but it might be a little early since you moved the stream forward an hour.
It's 11 p.m. You'll be fine.
It's not 11 p.m.
That is my fault because I work on a boat.
I'm the boat chef.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep working, and I'm also gonna keep working on that boat because the pay is just too good to say no to.
Yeah. Lyman M also says, well, let's see how long I last. Just took a melatonin. Cool. Just remember to leave the stream open and running so I can get those metrics up.
And bring bacon.
Yes, bring bacon.
Yeah.
And then Layman M says, nice, cracking open a cold one. What can go wrong? Absolutely nothing. It's a socially acceptable time where I am.
Yeah, and also, nothing bad happens as long as we don't talk about politics. Oh, wait.
Oh dear.
Well, you're in the wrong channel now, guys.
Always was.
Gun behind head.
Yeah. Astronaut pointing gun at astronaut's head. Always has been. For student of history, it's currently 9 a.m.
Oh.
See, he's even worse than me if he's drinking already.
Well, it
Might at least have a
happened.
tea first, you know.
Swede? Isn't student a Swede?
No, student.
No, that's Prime Night. No, that's Prime Night.
Yes, student of history is one of the lucky few that are American.
Oh, yeah. If only I
Yeah.
was in America.
So
Oh,
now
wait.
you need to become Puerto Rican and start singing on rooftops if you want that.
I mean, at this point, it's half tempting to go roll in the dirt, take a plane to Mexico, and then walk over the border.
Yeah, you only have a 75% chance of being shot by a cartel man.
Well, that's better than my chances with the Australian government.
Relatively high chance of survival.
If you call this surviving.
Well, it's certainly
It's
not
close
living,
enough.
so it's surviving.
Mere existence itself.
Yes. Because living implies value.
Oh, is that why there's a
Yeah.
value-added tax then?
We are currently deciding to open up a fund. It's like every donation to the Sultans of Shadilay goes to Besic's trans-American treatment, trans-Texan treatment, so we can help him live life as a real Texan, as he dearly requires the transitioning to live a happy, full life.
Well, the first step to being a Texan is getting a large hat.
Yes. But first we need to get him over to America, then get him said large hat.
Well, no, he needs the hat infusion first.
Are his pronouns y'all?
No, my pronouns are ye whore.
God damn it, you beat me to it!
Oh dear. I need my big hat and my big gun.
Lovely.
Why, yes, that is a big iron on my hip, and I'm happy to see you.
Tone it down, Marty Robbins.
Muhaha med. What? Hey, by the way, Bleach, what's your favorite color?
Oh, it's probably like a British racing green.
Ooh, fancy.
Racing green?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it just to be certain to see what the
You
fuck
see
that
why
is.
I'd be the one says start tanning and practicing some basic Spanish now. Jumping the border will be much easier than going through the proper channels.
Exactly. and also remember, you'll get bused to anywhere in the United States you want after you land there.
Well, once I get over the border and get released by the Border Patrol, just walk down the street, wash off, start speaking American.
When you get to on the way to America, like, I'm sorry, senor, I don't know what you're talking about.
No habla
Please,
inglés.
Then you. Oh, yeah, you need the accent.
Very
You need
convincing.
it. Yes. Come on, you need to practice.
Oh. I hear George in the background.
Yes, well,
Actually, that's
getting
Leo
into
you can hear.
Oh.
Leo's like, I want bacon. You have bacon? I want bacon.
Yes.
Gibbs,
Don't deny
bacon.
me.
Cat demands
He sold
bacon.
He does.
Demanding a little shit.
That's cats for you.
Yeah. This is what makes his brown eyes blue.
Student history says your answer to anything with Border Patrol is Senor, no habla inglés.
How do you say, help, my friend brought me over to take my heart in a illegal heart transplant? Just wondering.
Helpa mio, signoro, harto in ice tubbo.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one.
It's very convincing.
See.
You know how I know that I make a good Texan? I want a big hat and a big gun.
Yeah,
So
he's the
that's
trans
pretty
Texan,
much
right?
every American then. It's
He
the
actually
boots
met a
that
guy
give away
from
the Texans.
Kentucky. There's a guy from Kentucky on the ship now, and we were talking about, like, guns and shit. Out in the buffet, it was awesome. There was a Canadian chick who walked by us, and she gave him the stink eye.
No, Leo. No.
I bet
down.
that guy went to Knob Creek too.
Yeah. Base Tape says, come to Britain, get a free trip to Rwanda. Still better
Sure.
than Australia.
Oh, so that
He
explains
sounds
where
like he's
base is.
talking.
You see why Ibidor One says,
Oh.
just get a couple of face tattoos and scream puta at everyone you encounter. No problems.
Peter! Jesus Christ, the cat is a nagging little shit.
He really was the bacon. Like, this one's been not very well the last couple of weeks, and I guess he's feeling better today because he's feeling well enough to just sit underneath my chair and beg for the bacon.
I mean, it's bacon. He may still be feeling like crap, but bacon.
Yeah,
He's just like
true.
staring at me, just like, please, please, please.
Please
Oh,
give
it's the
bacon.
classical Oliver Twist. Please, may I have some more?
No, you may not. Now get the fuck out.
George Twist.
Yeah.
Ah,
Hey, did I
dear.
ever tell you that my father hates cats?
It was going so well.
Yeah.
See, I have this strange feeling though. He hates cats, but he has like this farm just filled with them somewhere in the mountains. Sneaks off, goes pets the cats, and
There were a lot of cats in our farm, and they're now all 6 feet under. My dad
cat
had
bacon,
had
not
to
a good
cut them.
idea.
No.
And he's now got a rat problem.
Nah. He gave the farm to my brother.
So your brother has a rat problem.
Instantly purchased 3 cats.
As one does.
Yeah. My dad's reaction was like, I don't live there anymore.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh dear. Well, now that we've all laughed at America's immigration policy and bacon, should we look at some woke bullshit from New Zealand?
See,
You mean we're starting the
always.
podcast now?
Yeah.
Wait, what made you think
Podcast,
we
what?
hadn't started? It's
I
a standard.
thought this was the bacon and immigration podcast. Where have you
Eating the bacon.
been?
Disco, haven't you read the contract? There is a stipulate you have to go off on a tangent every 15 minutes at least.
No, you're required to have more tangent than content.
There we go.
Oh. Would that make it a
Tangent
co-tangent?
is content.
I think Besser forgot my contract. He
Yeah.
just vaguely tells
Oh.
me when to show up.
Vaguely, not specifically,
Vaguely.
but vaguely.
No, not specifically. Vaguely.
Like, show up sometime this week. You'll be good.
Any time between this and now.
No.
Crikey.
Exactly. Australian time. And chat's just being rude. Layman M's like,
What?
this is a podcast? You see
Okay,
why
we
I
can't-
the
That's
one
what it
is
says in the title, anyway.
you,
See,
you-
I like to think of more of this as like a slab cast, like a slab of bacon.
slab of beer.
Yeah,
Ooh.
crikey.
And you see why I the one says, holy shit, there are topics on this show?
Every
Yes,
rare
bacon and
blooper.
immigration.
The American way.
So, just, speaking of destroying a country culturally,
Belchania.
yes. So, New Zealand Prime Minister Horseface Ardern introduces new history
What's she
curriculum
done
for...
now?
Well, I'll tell you. So, the New Zealand Prime Minister Horseface Ardern has been accused of encouraging division after unveiling key changes to how students are taught, because the school curriculum is somehow the Prime Minister's problem.
Right, okay.
Just love how unbiased you are talking about this woman.
Oh no, I'm being nice. She's an
Yeah,
evil, slimy
fair.
bitch who
Exactly.
deserves to be hung from the national monument, whatever the fuck that is.
Having watched her throughout the pandemic and the grin on her fucking face when she's talking about creating like a two-class society, like I can't be nice about this woman.
No. I mean, I kind of agree with Bessic that we should just hang her upside down.
Now, see,
I would
I'm more
suggest
of a,
being from the neck until dead. But whatever.
Well,
I
I'm
look
thinking
forward
like
to her trial.
ducking chairs, like for witches. You just throw her in the river, and if she
Oh.
floats, she's a witch. And if not, well, she was an honest politician.
Again, the American way solves all problems.
I mean, we could hang politicians from north to south of the freaking country.
I think you're going to need more real estate. Just saying.
Well, we can borrow trees. There's got to be enough trees to get the job done.
Well, you just get fake Christmas trees, and you're set.
Pretty much. Oh dear. Right, let's get into the article. So, Horseface has been met with divided opinions after introducing a new history curriculum for students focusing on the relationship between colonials and the Maori population. Yep, that's going to go exactly how you expect it.
Sounds like fun. If you're retarded.
The
I'm
curriculum...
glad she's a history expert, you know, because I would assume that you would have people who are experts in history setting the curriculum for education. No?
What? Whoa.
Well,
That's
over the last...
ridiculous.
hey, disco. Remember,
Disavow.
in early
Disavow.
in early 2020, we changed the definition of expert. An expert is now
Oh,
someone
that's
who
good,
agrees
yeah.
with whatever the Prime Minister wants.
Okay.
You
Whoops,
forgot...
I forgot we changed that definition.
Yes, just like we changed the definition of vaccine. And anti-vaxxer.
Okay.
And all sorts of other
Pretty
things.
much the entire English language.
Mm-hmm. Because we can
We
just do that
want
now.
Whatever we want to do. Yeah. Even though it's full of shit, we can still do it.
Yep. So, the curriculum will zero in on three major points, including the recognition that Maori history is the foundational and continuous history of Aotearoa and New Zealand, and that colonisation and settlement have been central to Aotearoa and New Zealand's histories for the past 200 years. Yeah, it's just anti-colonial bullshit.
A good thing she's not a political activist or a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah. And the foundational and
Who knows what
continuous
would happen?
history of Aotearoa and New Zealand. Yes, it can be summed up as hunter-gatherers run around, occasionally stab some British people, then the British people win.
Oh.
Though the Maoris did pretty good and actually defeated the British on at least one occasion.
So they're basically like the Zulu.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, just not as advanced tactically, if I remember right.
Well, you know how the Zulu are tall and run really well? The Maori are as broad at the shoulder as the Zulu are tall.
Oh. Whoa.
Yes.
Remind me to never talk shit to a Maori. I'll keep my...
Like,
shit talk to
a
myself.
proper Maori is fucking ginormous. Like, they'd be no taller than you, but
to keep my shit to myself.
they're big in a good way.
Oh my.
Didn't. Let's see. The new teaching guidelines will also include a focus on how the course of New Zealand's history has been shaped by power. Oh, is it going to talk about how the last 2 years have been shaped entirely by horseface at the point of a gun?
No.
What?
That's not power. That's just caring for your fellow citizens.
Oh, that bitch doesn't care for anyone.
She cares about herself.
Maybe. But that bitch would sell her own fucking husband if it had advance her political games.
We're going to stop this now and continue inside because that guy over there asked me a question I didn't like.
I refuse to answer questions from the public because they're not pre-approved with pre-approved answers. And why, yes, I am creating a two-tier society, and I'm proud of it.
How dare the plebs question me?
Literally.
I mean, I would feel sorry for New Zealand if it wasn't for the fact that they brought that onto themselves.
Well,
They lost their best at Gallipoli. So.
Well, I'm convinced that they had the same problem as Australia, and that we sent all the good, strong, brave, courageous, smart men to Vietnam, which left us with the weak, pathetic cowards, also known as politicians.
Or that the good men created good times, and now the weak men have arrived to make the hard time. The cycle of life.
I mean, we could just...
Indeed, but...
Maybe we should stop tolerating the weak men. Break the cycle.
Oh, but that would be strongest.
Based.
Strongism, stonkism.
But here's the stupid thing about this sentence. The teaching guidelines will focus on how the course of New Zealand's history has been shaped by power. I'm sorry, you stupid bitch, but all history has been based on power. Everything's been shaped by power. Since the day that Cain picked up a rock and belted Abel in the back of the head, history has been shaped by power. And yes, I know that a lot of us don't believe in that shit. But since the oldest days of human history, people have been beating each other over the head with rocks. It's not unique to white people.
We just do it better.
Yeah, we use better rocks now. It's called a hammer.
Yeah. Yep. So the new curriculum content has been created to be flexible, allowing local, national and global contexts that span the full range of New Zealanders' experience to be included. A lot of words to say, we're introducing woke bullshit to say white people are bad.
But that is importum grande. Yes, CC.
See.
Senor.
So the horse then goes on to say this is an important milestone and I know it will help bring our nation's histories to life in our communities. What?
Gee, look at those fucking teeth. They're like a wall.
Yeah, this is from that speech.
Maybe Trump used those teeth for his wall.
She looks insane.
Looks?
And sounds.
And is.
If she looks insane, sounds insane, and acts insane, she must be insane.
Yes.
Or the Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Student of History says,
that too.
Ever since the first monkey flung a rock instead of his own shit, we've all shaped life by power.
I'd say his own shit was probably even stronger.
The power move. I think the fling your own shit part is the power move.
Oh my god. Education Minister Cutkins strongly backed the change set to be introduced in 2023. Our diversity is our strength. Fuck this, I'm done, I'm out.
And now our podcast is just floating dead in the water because the guy just left. Okay, great.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, I think we can carry on. We've got bacon and cats and illegal immigration. So.
And tangents.
Yeah. So, not our diversity is our strength, but only when we build connections to each other. We can move forward together, stronger when we understand the many paths our ancestors walked to bring us to today.
Yeah,
no,
that's not going to have some skull activity there.
Yes, white people bad, black people good. Oh, but Jacinda Ardern's also good, even though she's white, because she's a woman. Allegedly.
And also, And also probably real women have penises, I guess. That's the next one.
Yeah, I'm sure she believes all of that.
Yeah.
Does she have a penis? Who knows?
That's her
Possibly.
I will
university.
not check. That,
Well, that
there's
looks
not
like
enough
an Adam's
alcohol in
apple
the
to
world
me.
for me to go down that. Yeah. Anybody willing to take one for a team? Go spelunking where no man wanna go spelunk?
Where no man has gone before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking opening her
So,
weird.
Cutkins also says history has a continuous thread with contemporary issues directly linked to major events of the past. Again,
Well, no
blaming
shit.
white people.
It's like, history affects today. Wow, that's so profound. It's like saying the sun
I
comes
did
up
not
in
know
the
that.
east. I know. I
What,
know.
it does?
Prim, I'm sorry to
shit.
rock your world this morning, but yes, history has consequences.
Oh my!
Like
I
Europeans
see the sun,
conquering the
even though
world.
my fucking workplace looks at the sun on a daily basis. Jesus, I'm shook. My mind is blown. Hugely.
Well, see, if you were a U.S. citizen, you could be president with that little mind left.
Mm.
I don't
How
know.
can I get
I think
elected
he's
after-
far
Hey,
too
ask
smart to be a
Obama.
US president.
Wait. How did Obama get elected? He wasn't born in America. Allegedly.
Well, Obama's white. Because clearly a black man getting elected couldn't happen in a white supremacist capitalist patriarchy like America.
Exactly.
Hmm.
He's the whitest of us.
The whitest of us. The last of us, but the white of us.
So, apparently, Based Ape doesn't have rocks. Yeah,
What?
that's what you get. Yeah, no, it's in the chat.
That means he blinks shit. He blinks the poo poo.
Mm-hmm.
It is. However, the move has been met with staunch opposition by sane people. With an ACT education spokesman claiming the new criteria only divides history into villains and victims, contains significant gaps, and pushes a narrow set of highly political stories from our past. AKA white bad, black good.
But white really bad, black really good.
Yep. They say today Labour, of course she's Labour, is trying to make New Zealand an unequal society on purpose. It believes there are two types of New Zealanders: Tangata Wanua, who are here by right, and Tangata Tiriti, who are lucky to be here, aka black and white. We should be.
Here's the funny thing. You know what? Every woman in labor. This is kind of a funny irony to me. There's a lot of women in labor, and they will probably never ever go into labor at any point in their life.
Ah, yes, but we have to constantly experience their contractions.
And their contradictions.
All the while, they're shouting, "You did this, you bastards!"
Yeah. I didn't even touch you. There's not enough alcohol. There's probably not enough beer.
Mm-hmm.
But is there enough bacon?
Oh, I love bacon, but not that much. I have a single shred of dignity, and he wouldn't allow it.
All that bacon going to waste just because you will stay away from horse face.
Okay, how about you do it then? Life supply of bacon for you, dude. Now you're all quiet.
I would put on a blindfold and just pretend.
No, we're talking full on face to face here, with romantic lights and everything.
Yeah. I have a vivid imagination. I'll just pretend she's a librarian.
Oh dear. So the base guy, The base guy from New Zealand says the curriculum pushes a number of left-wing narratives, including about the welfare state, cultural appropriation, and a partnership between the Crown and Maori. He said that colonisation continues to influence all aspects of New Zealand society, saying it is depressing and wrong and neglects the elements of our society that are untouched by colonisation. The final big idea that power has been the primary driver of our history creates a narrative of oppressors and oppressed, and leaves out the many forces that have propelled our past, including scientific discoveries, technological innovations, business, and artistic creativity. Yes, but he's still wrong.
So there's one thing,
All
though.
of human history is power.
It is, but if you look it through a more progressive, like not this whole fake progressive thing, but an old style progressive idea, then yes, you could color it that way. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But
You are.
what I'm trying to say is, if he's based, how is he still alive in New Zealand?
He's
Give it
not
48
white.
hours.
He is not gonna Epstein himself. He is not suicidal.
He identifies as already dead, so they can't kill him.
Oh, right.
Oh, dearie me.
The thing that disturbs me about all this history revisionism is they never seem to understand that it's not just one incident that causes all of their fantasies to happen. It's a culmination of generations. But no, can't talk about that. Like,
It wasn't
Yeah,
one power play that changed it all. It was different.
I know. It's like, here in the States, they always talk about the horrors of slavery, and then they forget the slave rebellions like Nat Turner's rebellion, which, the white population reacted from him and his rebels killing white women and children.
Funny that.
And it's like, oh, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about him wanting to get black people to read. That doesn't negate what he did in the end. But then again, I'm just an evil oppressor.
Based.
Yes. But hey, just identify as black, become trans race, and everything's good.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's like the worst part is it always erases where, unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, the history where it's like people actually got along for long periods of time, but no, let's just focus on the bad stuff that one side did because reasons.
Yeah, and completely ignore the bad side of the other, bad parts of the other side, because hey, only one is to be punished.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The classic communist. Oh, well, after the revolution, I'm going to design uniforms. No, you're going to be on a potato farm like the rest of us.
Is your name Hugo Boss? Then no. Oh, but they were Nazis. Socialism, Nazi, where's the difference? Words. Slight words.
Yeah.
I thought that was fashion.
Yeah. Fascism's just socialism with an inward focus.
Yep.
Ah, there we go. So, what else happened
How about
there,
that
then?
bacon?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what women have been up to. Well, here's
What the hell is that?
a woman who decapitated her 6-year-old son.
Yeah, I guess she did, because she has the dead eyes of someone who has nothing in their head.
Who has no soul.
You're welcome, Trim.
A Kansas City woman who authorities said decapitated her 6-year-old son was charged Wednesday with first-degree murder.
What the fuck? I just
And
came
the
back
chair?
from getting my tea.
Yeah. She was charged after officers found her son dead at their East Kansas City home. According to a probable cause statement, it was not immediately known if Hayefs had an attorney to speak on her behalf. That's right, her name was Hayefs. Tasha Hayefs. That sounds white.
I
mean, is that
don't
not
care
the
what-
mugshot in the picture?
That's probably the mugshot, yes. Yes, courtesy of Jackson County Detention Center.
That looks like a fucking doll. Seriously, there's nothing sentient in there. There's nothing sentient in there.
Dead eyes, like a doll's eyes.
Yep. So, police said in an affidavit for a search warrant that a woman called from the house and said that the devil was trying to attack her before she hung up. The statement said responding officers
What?
saw blood on the front steps of the home, and apparent blood and hair on the front door, and a severed head near the home's threshold. A woman inside refused to
the
open the
hell?
door.
She decapitated her son
Okay.
and put his head outside?
Mm-hmm.
And said the devil was attacking her.
Yes.
Clearly it was the patriarchy.
After police were told other children lived in the house and had not been seen for several days, they forcibly entered the home. They found the boy's body and saw Hayefs with blood on her and knives and a screwdriver with apparent blood throughout the home, according to the affidavit. No other children were found in the home. A decapitated dog was found in the basement.
She
Oh.
decapitated the dog too.
I'm
Yes.
sorry to the dog lovers there, but that doesn't really matter as much as decapitating your own fucking kid. What the fuck?
So what? She like she evil or she fucking insane? Like,
Yes.
cuckoo
Yes.
crazy.
No, so during a police...
I mean, we're not kind of. Oh, this is a headache. This is a headache and a half. Oof. Actual physical pain.
Yeah. During a police interview, she identified the victim as her son and admitted that she killed him in a bathtub and decapitated him.
Okay, so not crazy enough to not know what she's doing.
Yes. So crazy and also
Is she
evil.
crazy enough for the chair? Is she crazy enough for the chair?
Yep.
Possibly, yeah.
Please.
And then they waffle about community violence and mental health. It's like, I don't care.
Oh, come on.
Teach women not to cut their kids' heads off.
Teach women not to do that, and I will start teaching men not to rape. Sounds like a fair trade.
Jesus.
I kind of want to see Trim teach that class.
Okay, guys.
Kind of want to be a fly on the wall.
Fucking autoplay bullshit. It's startled the crap
I
out of me.
would
Thank God I
be-
had the audio muted going out to the stream from the browser.
Okay, question. Should I be the really kind of in just ignoring personal space kind of teacher, maybe?
What, a feminist?
Yeah. Yeah. You saw through my evil ploy.
Yeah, but then it goes from, I'm teaching a don't rape class by being rapey.
Well, yeah, like I can just imagine Trim, he's teaching this class. He gets right up in some guy's face, and the guy's like kind of slowly backing away. He's like, see the body language here. He doesn't want this. Trim just keeps moving forward.
Now let's check her.
See, and
How
you don't
does it
touch him like
feel?
this.
Like, no, it's how he's backing away slowly.
Notice the facial expressions.
Dilation of the pupils when you get really close.
I mean, it would be effective.
You would. I kind of want to see Trim teach this class now.
Oh, live stream idea.
I mean, it would be a one-time show, though. I'm pretty sure it just would be a one-time show. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, Student of History
A
says,
slight
if
inclination.
we're teaching men not to rape, then we can teach women to stop Casey Anthonying their kids. Maybe teach hot teachers to stop sleeping with their students. Seems reasonable.
Oh, no. It's not just gonna be a boys' class. It's gonna be a mix because you know how women can also be men. I'm just going to cut out the middleman and just make sure that in case they redecide their gender,
Oh, so you're
when they
going
become good, they're
to
gonna teach them not to.
you're going to give the women gay
Yep.
sexual harassment as well.
Yep, they're yeah. Everyone gets harassed.
Everyone
No
gets gay
personal
sexual
space in
harassment.
my class.
Clearly, Trim's equal opportunity. I'm not hearing a
Yeah,
denial.
I sound like the worst fucking person ever. I just admitted I'm a horrible person. What the fuck do you want from me?
Yeah.
I
So,
like how nobody jumped to Troom's defense either.
What? You roboted. I didn't hear you.
no one
said
came to
nobody
Trim's
jumped
defense
him.
either.
Oh,
I mean, nobody
exactly.
offered me a
I'm a little-
bribe, so.
So, Ian, other women have been doing crazy shit news. Man pepper sprayed at Arlington
Oh,
after
shit,
taking
I'm
pictures of
roboting
own
hard
kids.
What?
Huh?
Oh,
Repeat
it's
that.
Pictures of own
Arlington,
kids.
Virginia. That explains it.
And I assume that, the kids weren't having inappropriate pictures taken, like, he stripped them off and stuff, and then was taking pictures.
No.
No. A man was pepper sprayed in Arlington, Virginia Tuesday by a woman who said he was taking pictures of children. It turned out he was taking pictures of his own kids. But wait, it gets worse.
Whoa.
What, did this
Oh,
woman
back
try to
here.
behead his children?
No. So Arlington police said in a statement that the woman reported the man to a security officer at the Pentagon City Mall on South Hayes Street Tuesday afternoon. The security guard talked to the man, police said, and determined that he was taking pictures of his own children. The woman then sprayed the man and ran off. So after the security guard determined they were his kids, the crazy bitch had then pepper sprayed the guy.
Why? I mean,
Because it's
Oh, hey,
Northern
look, they're
Virginia.
my kids.
I could somewhat understand, like, a severe misunderstanding. Like, she didn't know and, like, he was acting weird or something. But afterwards, when it's already been sorted out, that she fucking pepper sprays him, there's no excuse for that. You
Yep.
can't even say that's a misunderstanding at that point.
Well, she was trying to kidnap the children, apparently, with police's help.
Maybe that's her way of foreplay.
Hey, baby, can I pepper spray you? It'll be hot.
Lord.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is DC suburb bullshit, where a couple years ago, some woman had kids picked up by Child Protective Services because they're walking to a park unescorted by their parents. And it was like within 2 blocks of where the kids actually lived. Yeah.
Yes, so Student History says, hold up, she went to security, security said these are his spawns, and then she decides violence is the answer? Yes, that is right.
Yeah, I thought maybe this was just like a lot of jumping to conclusions and some misunderstanding. Like, still, don't just run around pepper spraying people, but, like, afterwards, you just can't even make that excuse anymore. Like, it's already been resolved at that point.
See, well, she really wanted to take those kids home, decapitate them, but their father was there to stop her.
Oh dear. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. The man was treated on scene by medics. She is wanted for malicious injury by caustic agent. Yeah, she fucking should be.
Yeah, malicious is probably the right word for it if she did it afterwards. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it seems almost like
Like,
a
she can't-
revenge kind of thing at that point. Like, you made
Yeah.
me look stupid.
Blaming him for making her look like an idiot.
It's like,
He
no,
did that
you
well
did that
herself,
without
but
any
hey.
help.
They're not your kids, they're the community's children. Just, that hurts. That hurts my soul to read.
Yeah,
To
it's
hear you read this.
disturbing.
It happens, man. Don't worry about it.
Let's see. So, what else do we have? Oh, yes. Diversity is our strength. Here we go. Sydney
Again?
woman was live streaming on TikTok when acid was thrown in her face.
Okay.
A Sydney woman was live streaming on
Sounds like a good
TikTok when
time,
she
I
had
guess.
acid thrown in her face on CBD Street last night. Jenny El Hassan, 32, was standing on Dixon Street in Haymarket about 11:20 p.m. when three masked men noticed. Yes, they say masked men. That means something
Everybody's
different
masked
now.
right now.
Yes, that's right. They're following the rules, and I have another article that specifically states that. So they say masked men, implying that they were masked in a that used to mean before 2020.
Like a balaclava kind of thing. Is what it used to mean. Like, their full face covered. Now it probably just means, like, they had a blue fucking...
Urban.
No. They had a blue medical mask on.
Yeah, they did. That's exactly what it means. So they pulled over, got out of a black Mazda SUV and threw acid in her face. She then went into a nearby restaurant for help, and police were called. She was taken to hospital. So the idiot says, I thought I lost my eyesight when it first happened.
But she was told to wait outside because she didn't have a mask on.
Yeah. So she's like, I thought I'd lost my eyesight when it first happened. She said on TikTok from her hospital bed. I was screaming because I couldn't see. God saved me, I had my glasses on. Imagine I didn't have my glasses on.
I mean, that must be terrifying. Somebody just throws something in your face that's just burning.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, probably the
That's-
glasses did save her eyesight if they threw it right in her face.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any quips on this one. This is just fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Precise motive of the attack is under investigation. Oh, they are aware of a video that's being circulated, and that's one of many lines of inquiry. Apparently there's video on it.
I mean, if she was live streaming at the time, it should be on video, surely.
Well, that's it. There's probably her video and possibly an additional one.
Maybe.
So let's have a look at the Sydney Morning Herald, that's actually at least pretending to still have journalism. So they say, police are hunting for 3 men and a woman is recovering in hospital after she allegedly had a chemical thrown in her face. 3 men wearing face masks exited the vehicle when a substance believed to be acid was thrown at the woman's face. Police believe the alleged attack was targeted. Face masks. Yes. But no.
Masked men.
Channel 9 calls them masked men. Wearing face masks. Those do not mean the same thing, you fucking psychos.
Especially when you mandate the goddamn face masks.
Yep. Yet another reason face masks are bad.
Can you imagine a couple years ago if you'd walked, like before the whole COVID thing, if you'd walked into like a shop or a bank or wherever,
Yeah,
wearing half your face
bank?
covered like that, you would have been like Security would have just pounced on you.
Yeah, in 2019, if you'd walked into a bank with your face covered, a security guard would have come out of nowhere and just crash tackled you.
Or come to you asking what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, like people used to, like, if they'd have motorcycle helmets, they couldn't wear them in petrol stations. They'd have to take them off.
Yep.
Because they covered too much of the face. Like, even with the visor up, they covered too much of the face, so off it had to come.
Yeah, so they could be identified if they committed a crime.
Now you can cover most of your face. In fact, you're required to cover most of your face, or you were for the best part of 2 years.
Yeah, and now they've made it socially acceptable to continue doing that. So no one's going to blink until the three men pull out their acid.
Right.
Like in
That is definitely
2019,
really hard
if three
to
men got out of a
identify as
car with masks on and walked towards me, I'd have legged it.
Yeah. You know,
I
you
mean-
imagine somebody's got one of these stupid face masks on and a pair of sunglasses. Like, how are you ever going to identify that person?
Exactly. But no, it's now socially acceptable.
In some cases, it's more than socially acceptable. Like, having your face out is frowned upon.
It's utter
Like, you've got
insanity.
people just glaring at you like you've got your face uncovered.
How dare
that's
you,
more
walking
because,
around with
hey,
your
2
nose
years.
out.
Well, no, a lot of them do walk about with their nose out, even though they've got the face mask on, which always gives me a chuckle because they got the stupid face mask over their mouth, and their nose is just like hooked over the top. And it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, face masks don't make it hard to breathe. Yeah, because you don't wear the fucking thing properly. Funny how that works.
It's like, just take it off if you're not going to do it properly. Like, because you just look stupid.
Oh,
But
isn't
what do
that
you
the
think,
point? What do I
Robot again.
think? It sounds like you drifted off into.
Internet is crap because we're going past goddamn. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's looking good.
Oh, thank you. Are you happy with it? Is there anything I should change? Since I already have you.
Well, I always liked using the E instead of the U, because then I can confuse people with ancient English history.
What?
With
They
the
have completely
Murica,
lost me at this point.
Oh.
if you do Murica with an E, it becomes Mercia. And it's a very much inside joke, but
Mercy, I guess you know.
I love it. Just write it down to me so I can get it properly because the whole roboting thing is driving me insane. I can't hear all of it. I can get the gist of the conversations out of this, but I can't get anything specific out of it.
Yeah, Mercia is an old name for part of England.
confusion and obfuscation, my masterpieces.
Yes, it was one of the three notable Anglic kingdoms founded after a sub-Roman Britain was settled by Anglo-Saxons in an era called the Heptarchy, centered around the River Trent and its tributaries, in a region now known as the Midlands.
I volunteer as tribute.
Fortunately, Wikipedia tells us all about Offa's-Dyke.
Lovely. Lovely.
It's the largest dike in all of England.
Is that allowed to be? Is that a word we're allowed to say anymore?
Yes.
Yes, because we're using it in the technical as a technical term for a civil construction.
Oh. Dike.
Yes.
It's also a name.
Yes.
Especially if you're Dutch.
Yes.
Yep. Have any of you seen the Rob Dyke channel? I think he changed his name to Rob Gavel something.
Never heard of it.
Seriously, strange. Talks about weird things that happen in history. Some are cool, some are pretty fucked.
Apparently, Billy Blogs thinks people here own boats. They want to know if they can get Starlink.
Well, someone owns the boat Trim's on.
If we're gonna judge it by internet, it's probably some Far Eastern country. If we're gonna judge it by everything else,
Some
don't wanna
third world
talk about that.
shithole like Australia.
Or Canada.
blame Canada.
In reference to the world's largest dyke, student of history asks, ain't her name Jermaine Greer?
Lovely. There we go.
Yes, that's what I was wanting to mention. So, you know how these idiots say that face masks don't restrict your ability to breathe? Well, other than the fact that we know they're lying. The other day, I was...
athlete who passed out.
Yes, there's been several. The other day, I was doing some work around the house that required drilling concrete. I was wearing an actual proper construction respirator to filter out concrete dust, and it was easier to breathe through than these fucking medical masks that they claim don't impact your breathing.
Oh no, the medical masks are awful. Like, when we were required to wear those and I couldn't get around it, like, I found myself coughing more. Like, whenever I would put them on, I'd find myself coughing. So
Yeah,
you
same,
want to
because
tell me
like,
that they don't affect your breathing?
you can't pull enough air volume to clear your respiratory tract.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wearing... will it give me a better image?
Will it blend?
Well, it doesn't seem to want to give me a better quality image. But a real respirator designed for construction that will filter out construction particulates, so dust, particles, and silica. So I spent decent money to get this stuff because I like not having silicosis when I do handy stuff. So for stuff like construction, tunneling, quarrying, mold, lead remediation, benchtop grinding, etc., etc., etc. But yes, because I'm a fat fuck and I was drilling through concrete, I was sucking down air like a motherfucker. And this respirator did not impede my ability to suck down air significantly at all. I was able to do full fat fuck intakes of air. And just sitting down in a medical mask, I can't do that.
Clearly, you're just an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, clearly. And I know that this thing worked, because after I was done, I was on the other side of the room and took the mask off, and I could smell the concrete dust. So I can tell you for a fact that this respirator was actually preventing me from breathing in the dust.
Oh, but see, Fauci's got to get his percentage from the mask manufacturers. Otherwise, you're not safe.
Yeah. Student of History says full heifer huffing. Yes. Full, I'm a fat fuck who's unfit. Yes. And the respirator wasn't slowing me down much at all. Because it's a proper respirator.
Sounds like me when I walk up and down the stairs a few times.
Because it's a proper respirator designed for that shit. It's also got an exhalation valve. Because when you're protecting yourself from dust, it doesn't exactly matter so much on the exhale. Because it's not about protecting others, it's about protecting yourself. That's what respirators are for.
No. You need to protect Granny. Because
Look,
her mask and vaccine don't work.
Look.
What?
if it means the government will fuck off and leave me alone, I will get the pillow and visit Granny myself.
Well, it'll still be a COVID death regardless.
Just write COVID-19 on the pillow. It's gonna be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And hum to yourself, Dr. Fauci.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Like
sing it while you
a proper respirator that makes a complete fit, a proper seal to the face, and filters all the particulates it's designed to filter, causes less impediment to breathing than a fucking face mask that doesn't fit and form a complete seal. Which just tells you that they're lying.
Mm.
But you see why I'd be the ones like Bez comes out as fat. Yeah, this wasn't a national secret.
But I will assure all of you that I am the fattest fuck here.
Not by much, sadly.
Not by much. No. I got you all covered.
Oh no! That sounds like
This
a
is a
threat.
strange composition for you guys to be having.
It can get stranger if you want.
Yep.
Oh dear.
That awkward pause.
Yeah.
Actually, it's more of a pregnant pause that was aborted.
Oh, another one. Another thing worth pointing out. So, all these stupid fucking face masks that the government is perfectly fine with you wearing, they don't come with a standards number attached. So all these people who are like, oh, but doctors wear them all the time. Yeah, guess what? The ones that the doctors wear are stamped with a standard number on the box, and if they don't meet that standard, someone goes to jail.
Yeah. Like, you know, if you're saying that you need these medical things to like keep people safe, then surely they should have a minimum requirement.
Yes, like the proper surgical masks that doctors wear. Like, I was taking the disabled guy I look after to the dentist the other day, and they had a box of masks on the desk. So, of course, I checked, and, oh, look, here's a standard number stamped on the side.
Yep.
So, but all the masks that they sell at, like, the chemist or the drugstore or just anywhere these days, they don't have a standard number on them. There is no requirement whatsoever for them to actually be able to filter things to a specific standard.
Nice, weird.
Student of history says doctors wear them to stop the doctors from breathing into surgical wounds. Yes, and they're designed to prevent bacteria, not viruses.
There's a vast size difference there. It's like comparing me to Discordia.
Yeah.
So Jupiter to Pluto. Gotcha.
Pretty much. I would say the sun, though. You know.
Yeah, comparing the sun to a planet is more like it. Because we're not talking about a factor of 2 or 3. We're talking about several orders of magnitude. Like, we're talking factors of 100.
Okay, you can ease it down now, dude.
I'm saying
We're
that...
talking on a
Poor
galactic
Trim, I'm saying that you're not fat enough for this analogy to work.
I thought we were still talking about the analogy. I'm like, that's a bit harsh, dude.
I'm saying that Trim... I'm saying that Trim would need to weigh at least a ton for this analogy to work.
Oh.
Oh,
And
you're
yet-
saying trim is
I'm
trim.
not even halfway there. Sad. Sad.
And yes, I am aware that by saying that it's times 10, and and Trim would need to be a ton to work, I am implying that Disco's 100 kilos.
I don't know.
I know
don't
this
think
isn't true.
so.
I don't... Disco, you're so short that in order for you to be 100 kilos, you wouldn't be able to get in the door at work. It would be
Like, I
easier
have
to
no
roll you
idea
in
about weights and
sideways.
stuff. I don't even own scales. I know roughly in stone, I guess.
Yes,
But
because
kilos, no idea.
because you are so short, for you to weigh 100 kilos, you'd have to be so wide you'd get stuck in the door.
Can't confirm I don't get stuck in any doors.
Or at least adult-sized doors. The cat door, that's a different story.
I don't think I could get through the cat flap. I'd have to really try.
Have you tried? Have you tried?
I'd have to put a lot of effort in.
100 kilos is 220 freedom units.
Oof.
That doesn't make any more sense to me.
Was it
You have to try it
14 pounds to a stone?
It'd need to be 15 3/4 stone.
No, I'm not that big. Nowhere near it.
She is only twice the size of George.
Based on about 86 kilograms for reference. Yeah, I'm not heavier than based.
So base is a tiny.
This guy, based is about right, actually.
That sounds good.
What's that in chimp weight?
Underweight.
It's monkey noises.
Because a full-sized ape should weigh far more than that just in muscle.
But can he get through a cat flap?
I'd like to see him try.
That'd be fun to see.
Yeah, it'd have to be a big cat.
Could True get through a cat flap?
No. Quite honestly, no. It would be fun to see me try. It would hurt, be painful, humiliating, but funny.
I think Trim's like 275 pounds.
I'm 135 kilos.
Oh, fuck, that's even more. That's like more than I weigh.
Uh-huh.
You, oh dear.
Yeah. But the thing is,
because I typed that in wrong, that's 2,985 pounds.
You want a fun fact? People, whenever I tell people about my physical weight, they all get like, what? That kind of reaction, right?
Trim is
Because everybody keeps...
Trim is approximately 300 pounds.
Yeah, seems like it. Again, people keep telling me that I don't look that big.
No, you don't.
Which is kind of weird to me. I apparently look like I could be like 120 kilos. I look like it. So apparently there's some dense building there, and it ain't just my head.
But though,
your ego.
For in stone,
There
that's
we go.
21 1/4 stone. So that's approximately
Again,
4 discos.
When I say I'm a fat fuck, I mean it.
No, just lies.
No. How dare you?
And the chat's like, how tall is Trim? Not tall enough.
Not tall.
I am
Trim's not-
183 centimeters.
Trim's not overweight, he's under height.
I like that one. I'm not underweight though.
Makes me feel better. Not even I'm that fat though. If I don't sort my shit out, I might end up that fat.
Use me as a warning for all of you. I know it is a fucking problem, but it's a bitch to deal with. And no matter what
That
I
it
do,
is.
something always screws up. Jesus.
Mm.
Sometimes I can handle it most of the days, but sometimes it just pisses me off to the point where I just want to do something stupid. Like drive around in the opposite side of the highway with a golf club and just waving around at people is like, fuck you!
Oh, so you're going with the Biden defense.
I was thinking more like the Simpsons approach, but okay. Everyone remember that one?
Oh, it's been a long time.
There's
So,
different
no.
stages of road
Vaguely,
rage.
but something.
Different stages of road rage where it's like a chick yelling at a car just passing by, another guy it just varies from just yelling to flipping people off and to having one guy leaning out his window with a golf club just yelling and shrieking in anger while waving around hitting people.
Sounds pretty mild.
Yeah.
Personally,
I'm above
I
that.
prefer the just getting mad enough where you use the size and weight of your vehicle to push other people off the road. Got to watch
I
that
don't
the
even
other
need a
day.
vehicle. I just need to get up a good running speed.
I can see the headlines now. Angry Norwegian man derails train.
It had it coming. But yeah, that's an official warning to everyone. Don't let it go this far. It's not ideal. I like
Yeah.
joking about it because, hey, it's better to joke about it, but
Yes.
don't let it get too far.
Save yourself before you get to this point.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to prevent it than it is to fix it.
Oh, that is fucking true.
And I don't feel nearly as bad.
Exactly. See, I have my purposes.
Oh dear. So let's have a look at about how economic migrants in the UK are whining about how they're not being given free shit.
Oh, they're getting a free holiday. I don't know what I'm talking about.
This is not the answer. Asylum seeker in UK slams Rwanda plans.
Oh, is this Omar?
Yes, this is Omar from.
Yeah, I was glad that Cam didn't get a chance to go properly through this yesterday because I'd been reading it in the morning and I read it, like, I sent it to Callum and he used it. He didn't have time to read through it, but it's really funny.
Yeah.
It's just like, he's basically come here, got a bunch of free stuff, and then he's like, what do you mean I can't come here illegally? Like, I came here on a boat last year, and it's like, that sounds like a confession, mate.
Yep. Get on the plane.
If only there were consequences.
Indeed. Instead of being given free shit. So, Omar from Afghanistan says plans to send asylum seekers to Rwanda will not tackle human trafficking. No, mate. The fact that you're whining about it seems to be a good indication that it will. Like, the more they whine, the more it seems like a good idea.
This reminds me of the BLM woman who's oppressed by
the tax office.
by laws that prevent her from just stealing all the money from the no-profit.
How dare we?
A criminal doesn't like crimes being investigated.
How dare you prosecute me for stealing this thing and murdering someone? How dare you? Oh, I could just see Greta Thunberg going on a murder spree now.
Wait, she hasn't already?
She's got to be vegan. There's no way she has the strength to even pull a light trigger.
Don't underestimate her. She has autism power. That too. You just know it by "How dare you!" and then you hear like tap tap
You stole my childhood, so I'm stealing your life.
Reminds me of that meme with that kid burning a fucking house down.
Oh,
You stole my childhood. Someone needs to make that.
Oh dear.
It's gonna be fun seeing her actually wake up into sentience.
Omar from Afghanistan.
Yeah. Bloody Omar.
Student of history, you want to know what will end the human trafficking from France to the UK? Invigorating the Royal Navy, the abolition of the French small boat industry, or the introduction of sharks into the English Channel.
I mean, I reckon we should bring back the Royal
They're on the
Navy.
way.
Teach the young folks of England about how to be a real man, responsibility, duty on a proper ship of the line as they go up and down the English Channel firing cannons at migrants.
How about just pure archery?
Cannons,
but
cannons
Joseph,
go
what
bang, and
about
things that go bang are just cool.
Intersectional gender theory. What about intersectional gender theory?
My answer to that is a bigger cannon.
Lovely.
So, a coward who fled Afghanistan just before the Taliban retook Kabul said the UK government's plans to send asylum seekers to Rwanda felt more like a political announcement than an attempt to tackle human trafficking. Omar, 31, a fighting-age male, who arrived by small boat from Calais last August, so committed a crime, was uneasy about the decision made by the Prime Minister between those who come to Britain by legal routes and those who do not, pointing out that for many people fleeing war zones, there are no legal routes they can take to claim asylum in the UK. Yes, because if you're fleeing a war zone, you're entitled to asylum in the first safe country, which is not 2 continents away.
Yes. And you didn't come to us from Afghanistan. You came to us from France.
To be fair, have you seen France?
Yeah, but they had to pass through peaceful countries before they got to France. So they left a safe country to go to France.
Germany. I mean, I can see their point of view. If I'm going to play devil's advocate, I can't see where they come from. It's like they see every country like, no, no, no.
Yeah, but they're not white
I mean,
women,
the
so
only safe
they're
ones
not
are
at
so
risk
bait
in
they don't-
France.
Yeah, but they are every country that is acceptable is so based they don't want them there.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the part that proves he's lying. He fled Afghanistan after escaping an assassination attempt. A human rights journalist who had also worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the old regime, Omar believed he would continue to be targeted, so he flew to Turkey, continued to Calais by road, and was helped across the channel by people smugglers. Okay, so let me get this straight. You're someone who, according to your story, should have a legitimate claim to asylum, legally, but instead you chose to fly to Turkey, a safe country, and then go from Turkey to France, crossing through many safe countries until you got to France. Like, if you're claiming that France is a dangerous country, why did you leave the country before it?
Well,
Maybe
have you driven it?
And then he crossed the channel from France. Like, you were in Turkey. Turkey's a Muslim country. How was Turkey not a safe country? And how could you not sit in Turkey, go to the British consulate and go, Me journalist, me like asylum. Like, if his story's true, he'd actually be entitled to asylum. Like, legitimately, he'd have a case for asylum in just about any country in the West. Because if he is a human rights journalist who worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, yeah, that sounds like someone who'd legitimately be a target and would have a legitimate claim to asylum if they'd bothered.
Oh, but why bother when you can get free shit from the Anglos?
Yes, that's what it's all about. He can't. He wasn't interested in staying in Turkey because he couldn't get free shit in Turkey.
You know, I remember there was once upon a time when refugees would, I don't know, go home after the war.
But yeah, this was the thing. Like, I always thought it was like they would go to the nearest safe country, and that country would, keep them safe. And normally it would be in, like, refugee camps or whatever. And then once it was safe to do so, they would fuck off home.
Yes, because
But
that's
now
the
it
truth.
seems to be like they wander across the world to
How
wherever
they're supposed to
wherever
replace them.
they think they can get the best deal, get given citizenship, get given the vote. And if we dare be like, so when you going home, it's like you're a fucking racist. And it's like, but they're only supposed to be here for safety. Well,
But
not even here for safety.
Yep. But
Surely.
Disco, it gets better. He left his wife and 2 sons behind in Kabul.
Well, at least he didn't. I guess he sold his stores.
You
Yes.
did say coward.
Yep. But apparently, so there was an attempt on his life, and he's a human rights journalist, so he left his wife and children behind. I'm sorry, but if I was a terrorist shitbag in Kabul and I wanted to harm this man, I'd go, I'll have those 3 people and behead them.
Or even more importantly, gives them a nice life, and it's like, ha, you're a shitbag.
Yep. But no. Instead, he fucked off like the coward he is to England. A 31-year-old man fucked off to England without his family because he's a coward.
Yep.
Yeah, that ain't manly.
You know, we need to stop treating these, freaks of nature as decent people, because they're not. You get the few that are, but most of them that are like this Omar clown. Oh, well, I'm a journalist. I want to make more money, but fuck my family.
Mm-hmm. I want free money in pounds. And free housing. And free this, and free that, and free the other. That's right, student history. He abandoned his family to the winds of the Taliban. He is a coward.
Gibbs, all the Gibbs. Now. Gibbs, please. That's all I hear. Gib.
Yeah. His brother, a former British embassy employee, was last August accepted onto the UK's Afghan resettlement program, but Omar had fled Afghanistan earlier because he's a coward, and there was no legal route for him to come to the UK to seek sanctuary. Yes, because it was already safe in Turkey!
At this point, he's just an economic migrant. Like, he had safety in Turkey, and he was like, yeah, but I could have more stuff if I go over there legally.
Yep. The 2 faced similar threats in Afghanistan, but only one was given access through resettlement scheme. Yes, because the other one was in Turkey, not Afghanistan, you fucking idiot. So...
The word scheme is becoming more and more fitting.
So, he says he did not feel the announcement was directed primarily at saving lives and combating the people smuggling gangs. There are lots of other ways to stop people from dying in boats. They could make a more flexible visa regime for people fleeing Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. I had no alternative except to take a boat. There was no way for me to come here legally. Yes, because you are safe in Turkey, you idiot. Also, it's not about stopping the people smugglers. It's about keeping you fucks out of England.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Green Branch says, I hear Omar and can only think of the brother, Maria. That's Ilan Omar.
Hey, maybe she is maybe he's the brother. Or a cousin.
Yeah. Well, then they'd say, how will the government distinguish between people who are economic migrants and those who are genuine asylum seekers? That process is taking more than a year at the moment. Well, genuine asylum seekers are in Afghanistan. Economic migrants come from Turkey.
We're friends.
Yes. His brother is a genuine asylum seeker because he was in Afghanistan and at risk. This idiot was in Turkey, which is a safe country for Muslims, and then he left.
I read I think it was a tweet the other day, actually, and they were talking about how, we shouldn't be, like, these people who arrive on dinghies, they're entrepreneurs, they're, like, we don't want to keep people like this out of our country, they'll be amazing once they get here, and it's like, you used asylum seekers in that sentence, but you've just proved that they're not. You've just proved that they're coming here for more opportunities, not for safety. So, fuck off.
Take your shit
Shocking.
and get out.
Absolutely shocking. People coming for
I'm looking
suspicious
forward to
reasons.
when they get yeeted to Rwanda. I want to hear what happens in Rwanda because we all know that ain't gonna be a good experience for them.
Well, actually,
It's great because it's made the left really, really racist.
That's the thing, though, Trim. That's the thing, though. Hold on one sec.
All right, hold on.
That's the thing, Trim. If it's about their safety, what about an air-conditioned facility with food, water, clothing, healthcare, etc. in Rwanda is a bad thing? It's not. If it's about saving their lives,
people.
if it's about saving their lives, Rwanda's fine because they'll be kept in a modern facility where they'll be looked after. No, that's because it's about opportunity. And and as student history says, there was no way to come legally, probably because you were good where you were, you grand old parasite.
Yeah, pretty much.
And as George points out, that's the barrier for getting to the States right now. Can't do it legally, not vaccinated. Which is why we should all fly to Mexico and walk over the border.
See.
Sí, señor. Can I go to Virginia? Nothing, no special reason. I hear a good place.
Yeah. Like in Australia, we've been
By the
doing
way, what's the price for ammunition? Sorry.
Hi, thanks, Biden. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Australia's been doing the offshore detention for decades, and it's been working fine. Except that the so-called asylum seekers have been whining about. So they're kept in a facility on the islands surrounding Australia, where they get food, water, healthcare, clothing, etc., etc., etc. But then they whine about it. It's like, hold on a second, I thought you were fleeing for your life.
Like you're safe from war.
Exactly.
What's the problem?
I thought you were fleeing in fear of your life. So aren't you fine there? Oh, it's not about saving your life. I see.
Who knew?
Yeah. So, he then whines that he's suggested that it would be a solution to divert the money that the government is spending on new facilities in Rwanda towards employing more staff in the UK to work on clearing the current backlog of asylum cases and on moving people out of hotels. Yeah, sure, I can do that for far cheaper. We'll put you all in a plane, and if you're lucky, we'll land before we tell you to get out.
Nice. I mean, oh, horrible! How could you? That's racist and shit. I guess.
Yep. Bleach has made a meme. You stole my childhood. I stole your life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ugh.
Please send that one. Send it to me, please.
Greta
I asked you to press that one, so
Fireberg.jpg.
that's- Oh, lovely.
That is in live shows if anyone wants it.
That's beautiful. Makes me happy.
It is.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the idiot says he was uncertain about whether or not it would prove to be a deterrent. The smugglers will tell people that the rules won't apply to them. They will tell them that everything will be fine. They will continue to charge people between £4,000 and £10,000 to cross. Oh, so they've got more money than I make in a year, but they're totally refugees.
Well, but see, that's because you
Right.
have white privilege.
Mm,
How
That's what
dare
the
you.
difference is.
yes. But, like, fuck me dead. The unemployment in Australia is approximately $1,300 or £6,500. So these people have more money than an Australian gets in unemployment a year to spend on getting smuggled across to the UK. And then they claim it's about the not about the money.
Bullshit.
Apparently, it's George's birthday today.
Yes, happy birthday, George. We'd sing you happy birthday, but I think
Happy
that's still
birthday.
copyrighted.
I was just about to do it too.
Haha,
Oh,
I
happy
guess you could
birthday.
do what
Hard.
Callum does, where he like kind of roars at them.
Roars at him.
Yeah, the orc thing.
Orcs.
Callum
George,
doesn't
George,
roar.
George.
I'm just gonna say, Callum doesn't roar. He's too small to be able to do that.
Oh, sorry.
but
Just
but
has
yes,
done him.
congratulations for being expelled from your mother's womb, George.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Dear. So everyone in chat's wishing George a happy birthday. Happy birthday, George.
Yay!
Here's to not making it to the next one. Wait, what?
Your words are fine. What?
Trim's like, I resemble that remark.
I'm not gonna say that my life is short, but hey.
So, let's get back to Omar. So, Omar speaks fluent English and has some family in the UK. So, it seemed the obvious place to come to an economic migrant.
Oh, I've got money there.
Yep, he dismissed the implication that because he is a young man, he should be classified as someone likely to be an economic migrant rather than a refugee. No, you should be classified as someone likely to be an economic migrant because you're a young man who came from Turkey. You fucking idiot.
Well,
I wanna
but see,
classify him
I'm
as a
still
little
the victim because I abandoned my wife and child.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes you totally.
Me and my family
fucking
weren't
victim,
safe
yeah.
in Afghanistan, so I left my wife and children and fled to the UK.
Yeah. So, but people gamble their lives when they cross the channel. You're prepared to sacrifice everything for the chance to live in a peaceful society in the UK. Are you saying that Turkey and France aren't peaceful societies?
I mean,
Not anymore.
France.
I mean,
He's fine. He's Muslim.
Okay.
just look at the mosques and shit.
It wasn't
The Notre
something
Dame
I
is a
did
mosque,
for
though.
fun, he says. I came to this country to save my life. Yeah, that's a fucking lie. You were safe in Turkey. You were probably safe in France. You were safe
And every
everywhere
country you
in the
walk
fucking between.
Sure.
Well, he was probably safe in
He
Afghanistan.
didn't even walk disco. He drove.
Okay. I don't know, like, I
swear
just,
to God,
I don't really envision
swear to Allah, I was
refugees
totally under-
fleeing war with no possessions, having a car to
Or
drive across the entirety of
£10,000!
Europe.
Or £10,000!
I swear to
Look,
God, I swear to Allah, I was totally an immigrant
Like,
and I was
fuck.
fleeing from the life.
I imagine that it would take you quite some time to save up £10,000, Disco.
Yeah, it was.
Especially with George and all that bacon.
Student history says everything between Afghanistan and France is a shithole confirmed, says the brown man.
Yeah.
Pretty much at this point. Oh, oh shit! I thought this was a meme. Is that Pretty Patel and some guy from Rwanda? That's cool.
Ah, yes, the Rwanda Economic Development Partnership. Actually sounds pretty based. If they do
I mean, it
correctly.
does sound good. Rwanda could use an influx of cash.
Yes, and laborers.
Yes, they could. Like, this is nothing but a win for Rwanda.
I'm kind of the mind that it's like, you know, if Rwanda could just turn themselves economically with
But
migrant labor.
their complaint is that Rwanda has questionable human rights records. Oh, so we're going to ignore everything France has done to its own citizens over the last 2 years, are we?
Or you know, they always complain about the British Empire.
Yeah,
Well,
like...
then why are they going there?
Yeah, I thought we were racist, horrible white supremacists. Like, why would they want to come here?
Yep. But seriously, if they're like... It's a country with questionable human rights record. Like, I thought you guys didn't care about lockdowns and vaccine mandates. Like, is France not a country that has a good human rights record? I mean, to us it doesn't, but they don't care about things like vaccines and masks.
Asylum seekers have broken no law and are coming to the UK for a better life.
But they have broken the law. They have.
Exactly.
They've literally
And
broken the law.
illegally. That is breaking the law.
Like, of course,
but
yes.
no human beings
Breaking the
illegal.
law, breaking the law.
And they're like, we should be embracing these individuals and allowing their families to make a better life. What? The families that they left in Afghanistan?
How about no? Is that a good enough answer? No. I can also make it a longer answer. No.
Hell no.
Student of history says that Brit-bong money could go a long way to getting Rwanda out of the middle income trap they do, and Rwanda is running the show in their neighborhoods of the world. Yeah. Like, if Rwanda got that influx of cash, if they spent it properly, they could turn their country around in less than a decade.
I mean, hell, I don't care if they turn it around. Just take the bastard.
Yeah. Just don't give them back.
Yeah.
This is the thing we call passing the buck. Now have
Yes.
fun. This is now your
Yes,
problem.
we are going to
We
take the
pay
buck
you
and sell it to
to-
Rwanda.
Yeah.
We're going to pay Rwanda
go,
to take the
Rwanda.
buck.
To me, the best thing is the Rwandans will be like, no, you don't get to riot in our streets and groom our children. Fuck you.
Yep.
Which I enjoy immensely. Good.
Yep, I
Very
can't
good.
imagine the Rwandans would be okay with groups of them roaming around raping kids. I imagine they would sort them out right quick.
What are you talking about? How dare you be so racist?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that groomers were a race.
Oh, here we go. Here's some responses to that tweet. Arsenal are fine with Rwanda. Are you saying there's something wrong with the place? And then someone else says, the EU is a partner with Rwanda, and Rwanda is a signatory to the UN Human Rights Convention. Even the BBC's website says that Kigali is a welcoming place. I don't see the problem. Unless they're saying black people can't be trusted with asylum seekers, that's heresy, surely.
It sounds like the asylum seekers are really racist against black Africans.
Well, unironically, they
Aren't
are.
they though? I mean, the word raisin. Yeah, raisins. Ever heard about that term in the Muslim world? I'm not fucking kidding.
I know you're not. That's the sad part.
Oh Lord.
So, who knows what gay Muslims do for Britain?
They fly.
No, they rape children.
I mean, not
Do
permanently.
those words go together?
Apparently, in England they do. Britain's first gay Muslim politician found guilty of sexual assault on teen boy.
Oh, but that's just his culture. Why can't you
But
respect
I thought gayness was against Islam.
No, this is progressive gay Islam, where women aren't
Confused.
stoned to death for, and gays aren't thrown off roofs.
I mean, it was just a 13-year-old boy dancing dressed as a girl.
I mean, how could you get
I
convicted
don't,
of that?
I don't generally have a problem with gays, but maybe the roof is not a bad thing for the ones that go after little boys.
Well, I mean,
That's a lot of Muslim culture.
Disco, are you suggesting that we should throw pedophiles off roofs?
That is too kind.
Sorry, let me
That is too
rephrase.
kind.
Are you suggesting that we should throw child molesters off roofs?
Where the wood chipper's not available.
Actually, what you do is you
Okay, I
take
can
them to
agree
the
with that.
you take them to the roof and you throw them off the roof into the wood chipper.
Yes.
Or you could try, and you get points scored depending on how close you get.
Exactly.
We just invented a new sport.
Pedo tossing.
Yes. Just like dwarf tossing, only funnier, surprisingly.
Like
More
lawn darts
satisfying,
with
too.
pedos.
Yeah. So, Imran Ahmad Khan, traditional British name.
Ah, so
Very.
is he related to the mayor of London, perhaps?
Possibly.
Please tell me it is. It would be funny.
Even if it's not true, he is.
Yes.
Now he is.
So,
Officially.
he stood trial at Southwark Crown Court in London, wherein it was revealed he forced the youngster to drink gin, dragged him upstairs, and asked him to watch pornography before assaulting him.
What?
According to the BBC, the court
Is
heard
it
that
acceptable?
Khan had gone to the boy's bed and reached in and touched his legs, reaching for or actually touching his groin.
Wood chipper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Burn it to the ground.
Fucking Jesus. His breathing was getting quite heavy, and I kept pushing his hand away and pushing it back, and it would keep coming, the man, who is now in his late 20s, revealed. The BBC further reports jurors also heard that from the complainant's older brother, who said the MP had asked if he was a true Scotsman and lifted his kilt before lunging at him at the same party.
Wood
Fucking
chipper.
A. Would chipper go brr?
Another witness described waking to find Khan performing a sex act on him after a party in Pakistan in 2010, where the pair had drunk whiskey and smoked marijuana. Yeah, Khan
Imagine
claims
waking
he had
up right
only
there going
touched
down
the
on it.
teenager's elbow when the boy had become extremely upset after a conversation about his confused sexuality. The MP was found guilty after about 5 hours of deliberations.
Yeah, touched his
At least it
elbow.
was
That's a
only foul.
strange place for an elbow.
Yes. The
I
judge,
didn't know the elbow was everything below the crotch.
Mr. Justice Baker, said he would sentence Khan at a date to be fixed, and he warned him all sentencing options, including immediate custody, are being considered by the court.
To be fixed. What, like you would fix a dog?
I mean,
Yeah.
that should be included.
Yeah.
All
I hope you
sentencing,
think you
all
think this
sentencing
through, then.
options. Can we write a letter to the Queen and ask for permission to kill this bastard?
No, well, do you know what? We should just send him back to a Muslim country and let them
With a sign
do what
around
the
his
world
neck
plays.
saying "gay child rapist."
Well, but see,
Okay,
that
if we
would
did
confuse
that,
them with the
they
child
would
rape.
be. Yeah, it would be like child rape is like, okay, that is we're kind of into that, but then it's the whole gay part. Maybe we just throw him off a shorter roof, a small, shorter building.
Just send him. Just send him. Oh, you know how in the old movies they've got the black and white striped prison jumpsuits? We'll send him back to
Yeah.
Pakistan in a rainbow striped jumpsuit
Oh, okay. There
with
we
a
go.
sign round his
Problem
neck
solved.
saying "gay."
And also child rapist.
Now, see,
He
that would
likes
get
to
action.
lie. I mean, Boko Haram would be into him. Probably offer him a position.
Billy Bloggs asks Labour MP or SNP? Worse, Tory.
Who identifies as labor.
Yep.
So I hate to say this, but if this guy had been labor, he wouldn't have been convicted.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be given more little boys.
So the
He would probably be put in charge of child protective services for the whole crowd.
So the child molester made no comment as he left the court, but a member of his legal team said he would be appealing. Well, I think he's appalling.
Appealing to who, though?
The other pedophiles.
Yes.
He's hoping that Epstein doesn't look in the book.
In 2019, the controversial LGBT plus conservatives group named Khan as the first openly gay Muslim MP, which they soon retracted and apologised for upon his insistence that he was not gay. He came out as a homosexual shortly thereafter. In 2018, the former chairman for the LGBT plus conservatives group was jailed on 6 charges of downloading and distributing child pornography. The group was linked by the Daily Mail to a pedophile ring, but still enjoys the official support of Boris Johnson's Conservative Party, as well as most members of the British cabinet. We're going to need a bigger wood chipper.
Yep.
I refer to my earlier statements that have said to Disco. We should cut these bastards' heads off and spike them all the way across London Bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems
No.
polite.
All
And
across,
nice.
not the bridge. I'm thinking instead just along the canal shore.
Oh no, you've got to put it somewhere
And
symbolic.
just,
So either on the fence around Parliament, or all the way down both sides of the London Bridge.
No, I'm kind of
Okay, I
with
like that
Trim.
around
It's like
Parliament.
you line the coast with severed heads of pedophiles.
Well, no,
Well.
this guy's a politician, so he goes with the beheaded politicians. Then we line the shores with pedophiles that aren't politicians, because not all pedophiles are politicians. Even
But all politicians are pedophiles.
that's the implication.
I will keep to that statement until I'm proven wrong.
Oh, student of history says, and this is a good one, bring back the noble profession of cartography because someone has to put all these maps on a wall.
Oh,
That's fucking brilliant.
so
Okay.
I
That's a
think
good
I
one.
mentioned to you all somewhere where I was in a place of work, and I kept seeing these little placards that says "Ask a map," and the implication there was like, "Ask a map what?" Very open-ended.
Ask a map where the closest kindergarten is. Believe me, they know.
Well, this was a place where they were teaching child education, so.
No.
Maps have a lot in common with communists. See a
They're
commie,
evil.
kill a commie.
The only good map is a dead map?
Yep. Oh! Student of History says, I definitely got that from Rakita Law, would just like to state that now. Oh, fuck. I knew that Rakita Law was pretty good at covering the law stuff, but I didn't realize they were dangerously based. So, I've got the article from The Guardian, because even The Guardian has been forced to admit that he has resigned after a conviction for child sexual assault. And he's been expelled from the Tory party. Shit, is that all?
Nothing.
It's been
What if he tries to go
expelled.
independent like the other chick?
Oh no, he's
What if he
getting a
tried-
place beside what's the former head of labor?
So, yep, found
I don't
guilty
know.
of sexually assaulting a 15-year-old boy, has announced he will resign, triggering a by-election. Oh, okay. So, he's announced he'll resign, and that's what triggered the by-election, not the conviction for sexually assaulting a kid. He's chosen to
Well, yeah.
resign.
We can't be too hasty with these things, clearly.
Now, don't be hasty.
I'm
He
sorry,
will only
but
be
a conviction for any indictable offence should result in an immediate expulsion from any form of politics.
You would
decapitation.
think
When
it's
okay.
almost like they're all criminals.
Yeah, although he's appealing against the conviction, he admitted in a statement that legal proceedings would last many more months and leave his constituents without proper political representation. Well, I don't think that all of your constituents are Muslim pedophiles. I mean, they could be, but I don't doubt it.
Any more Muslim maps?
They could be
We don't
changing the demographics.
I mean, not all pedophiles are Muslim.
Oh God.
Fucking disgusting. Fucking scum.
Words cannot describe how much I fucking hate this country.
Yeah. So, just seeing if there's...
Fucking corrupt police, corrupt this, fucking pedos, and goddamn, terrorists everywhere. Horrible. Can we get some good news from England for once? That'd be nice.
Oh, here we go.
Good news.
I'm hearing crickets in the background.
The child molester is complaining that in the days since the jury's verdict, he'd been characterized as a sexual predator, outcasted, and worse. Yes! Of course, because you're a fucking child molester, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, we're going to get the fucking rope. Also, if I'm sounding a bit more excitable than usual, it's because I'm a bit more intoxicated than usual.
Well,
oh, we can fix that.
Yeah.
am I roboting a lot, or can you hear me clearly?
You're fine.
Yeah.
Lovely, because you guys are roboting for me, and it's because we're going close to shore now.
Look, all that matters is that you
gonna
sound
be-
good on my end.
That's good. The fact that I can't hear anything really matters.
Well, you're just hearing about
That's all right.
immigrants doing immigrant things.
I'm kind of glad I'm not, so we need to fix this issue. Honestly, that'd be great. Let this issue preside.
Yeah.
It's not a bug. It's a feature. Right now, it's a feature. Avoid any future headaches or accidental fucking brain hemorrhage.
Oh, can't do that. Map inflicts, Mac inflicts. Yeah. I speak English well. It's my first language.
I didn't even hear anything you said because I heard English. Yes,
That's
I can
basically
tell
what I
a
said.
lot of things, and that, yeah, yeah, basically to me at least. Ugh. Man, I want to play.
Oh, dear. So
Let's
let's
see.
look at the utter state of the cult of Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, give us a worship service.
So, this is from The
Oh,
Guardian,
my
so
doggy, I don't like him.
so you know it's leftist approved. As New Zealand emerges from pandemic isolation, citizens queue up to fuck off. Surging living costs, low wages, and the human rights abuses of the last 2 years have many seeking to leave.
All right, these refugees are welcome.
Yes.
Wait, so New Zealand is restarting the goddamn lockdowns?
No, the exact opposite.
The crazy bitches
Oh.
open the doors. Let us out. Let us out.
We can leave, fuck! Let's get out of here before she changes her mind!
This is our shot!
Run! Ladies!
Honestly, yeah.
This
let
is just
those
like a
refugees
clip
in.
from the old Dude
Like-
movie. Yeah, this is like the clip from the old Dude movie where Duke Leader's like, run! Run! And everybody runs down the fucking sand crawler.
Yep.
I
Don't let
think
it.
they genuinely do need asylum.
Yep.
It's like that crazy bitch just kept us locked up for the last 2 years. Forced medical intervention on us. Run!
Human experimentation is
Hey,
not
Big,
our thing.
If you can hear me, that's a dare. That's a thing. If you want something to do, make that clip
Yeah.
and send it to Elogency.
Student of history's like, abandon ship! George says it won't be any.
Have the Titanic.
And George's like, won't be any different than the moment Trudeau lets the vaccinated leave.
Statehood for New Zealand? Yes, why not?
Well, I still think that America should invade Australia and bring us democracy.
I mean, you've got resources, right? We'll be right over.
We have the largest stock of uranium in the world.
Oh, well, that's just bad and
Sounds
evil. We
like
can't have that.
Australia needs some freedom.
Literally.
Thorium, oil, and money.
We've got coal, we've got oil, we've got natural gas, we've got uranium, we've got the largest diamond deposit on Earth. Like, if that's a natural resource,
Find us some
Australia's
freedom.
full of it. Bring us freedom.
Well, if you insist, we'll be right over.
You see
Just
why
tell it to the
Obi-Wan's like,
Republicans when Trump is in command.
yeah, you see why Obi-Wan says hashtag free Bezek.
Yes.
Oh, we can do Bezic building.
Yeah. Build back Bezek.
Yes.
Yeah.
We could drop millions of tons of munitions in your backyard for you to play with. Maybe a helicopter or two.
Well, that's what I was saying when that fucking Biden abandoned Afghanistan. Like, if he was going to give billions of dollars of military equipment to some third world shithole, he could have given some to me.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Besek becomes the Imam of Australia.
Yeah.
Sitting in his pajamas in his home, just cross-legged, is like, I don't fucking care, just kill him.
Yeah. Casavallanis Honestus says first someone needs to bring democracy back to the US.
True.
Bro.
And you see why Obi-Wan says hashtag I stand with Australia, and then Operation Australian Freedom.
Yeah.
Based.
Operation Besek.
Yes. Free Bezek.
Free Willy, I mean Free Besek.
That's why the Sultans needs to take off, become a massive thing, with massive amounts of sponsorship and Patreons and whatnot, so I can afford to get the fuck out of this shithole.
As I call it, the trans-Texan transition that
Yes.
Bezic is having
Well,
to
well,
go through.
actually, I figured out where I'd like to move to in the US. Polk County, Florida.
Ew. So you want to be in Satan's sweaty asshole?
I'm from Australia.
Oak? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that will quite prepare you for Florida.
I'm in the hot, sweaty part of Australia.
Ugh.
Yes. Like,
Yeah. He is
like
prepared.
the climate isn't a barrier. But I want to move to the place where the sheriff says, why did we shoot him so many times? Because evil can never be dead enough. The
Yes.
Polk County Sheriff is a fucking badass.
You know, here's one thing. It's a little WoW reference. When it comes to Besic, he's the one guy Illidan does not say you are not prepared to. You are prepared. You're too prepared. Get the fuck out. Fucking
Oh, sorry, this was from Brevard County. But it's still a fucking glorious story. Evil can never be dead enough from a guy who's... A guy tried to shoot deputies, the deputies shot him the fuck up. And then he's like, evil can never be... And before some idiot from the media asked why we shot him so many times, evil can never be dead enough.
I really like this.
But yes, I'm from a hot, sweaty, humid place in Australia, and I like boats, which is why Florida's looking better than Texas at the moment.
Now be prepared for a lot of traffic.
Again, I like boats.
I'm not talking about boat traffic. I'm talking about car traffic to get to the boat ramp.
I don't think you're understanding. You live on the boat. You live on the boat with all your guns, so that when the ATF comes knocking, you sink the entire boat.
Introducing Bayou Basic. Yeehaw!
Oh, fuck yes!
That is now a thing.
Yeehaw!
Fuck, I need to redraw Basic with a goddamn Banyu now.
Student of History says Texas has coastline. Yes, but it's also not as fun. Sometimes. All I want is a fully operational tank.
Well, no, it sounds like you need a duck if you're going into Florida. Or maybe an LST.
Yeah. Alternatively, with again, I like boating, so I can just boat between Texas and Florida whenever I get bored.
Is there a connecting river between them? It does the.
Well, there's
river
the Gulf
connects
of Mexico.
You actually have to travel through open ocean. Well, you can travel within.
Okay.
You can travel close to the coast, but you can.
There's the intercoastal waterway, but yeah.
Banjo, Pirates of the Caribbean intensifying.
Yes. Some hillbilly redneck hick on a boat. Yeehaw! Just
I see Bio Besic now. Ding 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 ding.
ding ding ding.
Oh, but only with a didgeridoo.
Yeah. Whoa.
Dueling didgeridoos.
That's a didgeridoo, my friend.
Dueling banjos is actually a really good piece of music.
It is. Yeah. Flat and Scruggs did one of the more famous versions.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes. What were we doing? We were laughing at Boris Johnson.
That doesn't take much. He's got clown hair anyway. Our thought is, for diplomatic relations, sending Boris a comb.
I mean...
He must have a gun. He must just not want to use it.
Oh, dear.
Either that or he sticks his finger in electric sockets to style his hair.
George is like, squeal like a koala for me, boy. Oh, that accent was good. I don't know if I'd ever be able to pull it off again.
That needs to be clipped out.
That's a fucking brilliant one.
Clip it. Dude, make that the subscription sound. When somebody subscribes, do that one. Please.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
You can thank the beer for that one. I don't know if I'd ever be able to pull that accent off again.
When you get to America, you can have so much beer that you'll never lose the accent again.
And Sam Fish is like, I've heard those things squeal. That's disturbing.
Well, it's the chlamydia, you see.
Yeah. Yes, watch those bastards. They're all diseased with chlamydia. See, everything in Australia can kill you.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Uh-huh.
Or make you want to die. Don't wipe your ass with random plants here.
Yeah, so let's see. Exclusive. Yeah, right. Boris Johnson faces 3 more COVID fines as Prime Minister has warned worst is to come.
Yeah, but he didn't
threaten
know
him
there
with
was
a
a
good time.
party. Remember? He didn't know that there was a party.
Yeah, which tells us that he's an idiot.
Oh, but he's head of the party. He's ahead of the party. Anyway.
Boris Johnson needs to be expelled from politics either because he's a criminal hypocrite or because he's too fucking stupid to know what a party looks like.
What party? I didn't see any party. Take the champagne
He's
over
there
there.
the party.
I don't see any party, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not a party when it's
leader, and he's leader, both of them.
If you're not having a good time, it's not a party.
But that's the thing that gets me so much about these politicians. I didn't know what I was doing was wrong. Right, so we should either kick you out because you're a criminal or kick you out because you're an idiot. Preferably both.
How can you actually use that excuse and get away with it? I don't fucking get it. I did not know that what I did was illegal. I'm terribly sorry. Yes, now, excuse me while I go back to drinking beers, wine, and eating cheese. Yes.
George says,
Well,
of course, George.
George says, who's been fucking the koalas?
You don't want to know, buddy. Essex needs to take out his frustration somehow.
Oi! I don't fuck koalas. I fuck Sheilas like a real man. Crikey, cunt.
Unfortunately, somebody laid a piece of bacon on a koala's ass, and, well, things escalated from there.
Oh, fuck me, look at this shit.
Well, see, that's how the koalas got chlamydia.
£50 lockdown fines.
I know, it's nothing to him. Absolutely
That's
nothing.
like,
And
what,
even if it was,
15 minutes?
This is why I keep saying, like, MPs that are imposing laws on people, they should get minimal custodial sentences, no matter what laws they're breaking, because, like, a £50 fine is nothing to Boris. And even if it was, he would just put his salary up next time he had the opportunity.
Well, that's what I was saying when they're like...
Once he just paid with your money,
yes.
you'll pay that with tax money.
But they're like, sources have claimed Boris Johnson is bracing himself. Bracing himself for what? Another 15 minutes of pay? Like, at best, that's 2 hours of Boris's pay.
Yeah, they're just laughing at us at this point.
Yeah, it's the mask is so fully off, so to speak. It's I mean, it's not even funny anymore.
Yeah. At least America can use the excuse that Biden can't find his mask anymore.
You see why I'd be the one says bacon wrapped koala might be delicious. Well, koalas are endangered. However, we could do bacon wrapped kangaroo.
Less chlamydia, more fun.
That might be worth trying.
Yeah, it's like bacon wrapped filet mignon over here.
Oh, yes. Fucking £50 fucking fine. He doesn't give a shit. He makes like what? £300,000 a year? He doesn't care in the fucking slightest. He could break the rules every fucking day and still have money.
There's probably an hourly, 2-hourly pay for him.
Well,
no, that's him showing up to wipe his ass coming out of the bathroom on a break kind of money.
yeah. Well, when we were looking at the fascist dictator of Victoria, Dan Andrews, when he got fined twice for breaking his own mask mandates, it worked out to be something like 2 hours of his pay. Like, literally 2 hours of his pay. And then
This is why politicians should be kept to a strict fucking standard there. If they screw up like this, they get shot.
And they shouldn't be allowed to decide their own fucking pay rises.
Yeah, exactly. Get shot if they screw up.
And the other frustrating thing about Dan Andrews is when I was researching his fines at the time, turns out that during 2020, he got a $13,000 due pay rise. To put that into perspective,
Oh no.
that is approximately the same as the unemployment in Australia. So a year of unemployment is about $13,000 dues. So that was his pay rise. During 2020, during the worst lockdowns and the massive economic downturn, so while there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people out of work, this dipshit gave himself a $13,000 pay rise.
I don't know if you ever looked into
pay rise
Jacinda, how much her income went up over the pandemic.
Her net worth, how it magically went from like several hundred thousand to like 40 million.
Mm-hmm. It's weird.
Very suspicious. Well, it's like the premier of my shithole state. And for Americans, that's roughly equivalent to governor. This bitch's husband has a suspicious relationship to Pfizer. But there's totally no alternate reasons for any of this shit. And base tape's like 50 quid. That's in London, that's like 4 beers and a pack of cigs.
That's why you don't live in London.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Billy Blogs points out that Boris does it on purpose. He brushes his hair with a balloon.
Student of History says public servants' pay raises should be put to a referendum and their starting pay should be at a mandatory minimum. Well, I've been thinking for a long time that politicians' pay should be fixed as a multiple of the minimum wage. And
they have to live in tenement housing.
that'd be nice. Make the bastards live with their constituents.
Exactly.
You see why IB1 says Trudeau's family is getting rich off the poke as well.
Wait, the Castros?
Yep, the Castros.
Ugh, this
You know,
whole thing is
it
just turning into shit.
turning. It's actually just shit that's being rained on, and it's just kind of like spilling out over things now.
The whole thing is just utterly ridiculous.
You know, and this is just one of those, like, it bothers me so deeply that anytime you get people willing to bring up the corruption of this system, oh, well, you're just this or that. No, I just don't want politicians benefiting off of my suffering. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Huh, there's a bird trying to get in my window. That's unusual.
Yep, it would also be a fatal mistake if it succeeded. I'm sure George would have lots to say about that.
Like, I just turn around and there's like just this little bird just like hovering in front of the window, like just as if it's trying to get in. And I'm like, I don't think you want to come in here, birdie. There's cats in here.
Well, see, the little birdie has something to tell you.
Maybe. It might also, like, poop on my stuff because birds are not the cleanest of creatures.
Oh, you mean uncontrollable bowels, like when they fly over certain presidents of the United States?
Yeah.
Yes.
Based bird.
I
I
just
want that
view that
bird
as
for
the
Congress.
bird stating the truth.
Bird for
It's
president.
stating the truth.
Bird 2024.
Based. So, speaking of politicians and their hypocrisy, do you guys remember the great honkening in Canada?
Yeah. I remember the great honking.
Trudeau says protests should always be legal after invoking Emergencies Act over peaceful freedom convoy.
Except for people who
the
protest him.
roboting! God damn it! I can't hear shit!
Okay, well, don't yell about it.
The Prime Minister made the comment while in British Columbia during an announcement on electric vehicles in Canada. Meanwhile, in chat, Student of History says, George says, food delivery? Mine? Ma'am, let it in. I want to talk.
Ah, yes, Uber tweets.
Like, I
That's
ordered
good. George's like, yes, I ordered this.
I can't hear anything you're saying, so I'm just gonna say this, that, really did not expect anything else from Trudeau with this shit.
In regards to Trudeau, Student of History says, you dirty, rotten, double-speaking communist bastard. And that's putting it nicely.
Well, let's talk about his negatives then.
Yep, so Prime Minister Cuxton Trudeau will invoke the Emergencies Act to suppress the right to protest from participants of the Freedom Convoy, said on Monday that protesting should always be legal in a safe and responsible way.
Goddamn fucking... Oh, there, I'm on.
Fuck's sake, Trim.
Trim, if you can't hear us, don't yell over the top of us.
It disconnected me. Jesus.
Yes.
So if you burn things down, then it's safe and legal. Got it.
So Cut Doe says, I can't remember a trip to Victoria City Hall in which there weren't a few people expressing their concerns about some issue or other. It's really important that Canadians continue to be able to come in and express their views, express their disagreement with government. Protests should always be legal, in a safe and responsible way, and that's what we're going to continue to encourage, he said on Monday. Lying sack of shit.
You know, I feel like Klaus Schwab is a more honest actor than Trudeau.
Well, he is.
Maybe.
He admits that he wants to rule the world.
Yeah.
Protesters in Ottawa were cleared from the capital city on February 20th after the invoking of the Emergencies Act. This was made possible because politicians framed the event as one of violence. No violence occurred, however. Our police recently clarified that both arson suspects in the attempt to burn an apartment building down had no connection with the Freedom Convoy.
So wait, there was violence. They run over a woman with a horse.
No,
Just
that
saying.
doesn't count because that was the stormtroopers doing it.
Ah, yes, state-sponsored violence is always.
And the horse was a good citizen of Canada. He did his duty.
Yep. George says, eyebrow wig wearing piece of communist filth. Then
Don't forget blackface.
Yeah, Serum History
Oh,
says,
yeah.
he went to BC to talk about freedom of assembly. Bitch, where you think they came from? BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Alberta. Piss off back to the east and have a lovely talk with the frost frogs. George says Klaus Schwab is a Bond villain. Trudeau is a reject from Archer. Speaking of Texas, we have a Texan.
What's up?
Trudeau's a faggot.
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay. Please tell me I didn't
Yeah.
miss Bezic getting like comically angry at the child sex show or whatever.
You
The
did.
family sex show.
You
Oh
did.
no, we were
did.
getting comically angry over different child molesters.
Oh, so we haven't gotten to the family sex show yet?
No.
What? What?
That's from the Lotus Eaters episode that none of us watched because Punt Gun Man was on it.
I actually
Alright.
think he did a good job with that segment. It was actually really quite good.
Well, you have to say that.
I'm gonna listen.
No,
to
I
it tomorrow when
genuinely
can,
enjoyed
but,
his segment on it. Like he kind of nailed that one.
Oh, well, I might have to go back and watch it then.
I'm always willing to, listen, but I'll still,
So, are we gonna
comment.
cover that soon? Because my shift starts in 25 minutes.
Oh, well, fuck, hold on.
Yes, I am at work after all, and my break is almost over.
I need to
I say.
I need to bring up some stuff. I'm violently clicking around on the Lotus Eaters website.
Also, happy holy.
I had to
Saturday, my
turn
fellow
off the
brothers and
streaming so I
sisters.
can only hear what happens now. It kind of made the whole process of hearing what the hell you're saying better.
Oh god, here we go. The family sex show showing 5th of May to 8th of May. Oh god. A show for
What?
families about sex and relationships. Knowing your body helps knowing your rights. A fun and silly performance about the painfully awkward subject of sex, exploring names and functions, boundaries, consent, pleasure, queerness, sex, gender, relationships, and fucking children. Oh wait, they didn't say that, that was just implied.
Wait, Bezic, it seems kind of unfair of you to shit on this without knowing what the minimum age is, right? There is an age limit on who can attend this.
Oh, yes. 5+.
Yes.
This show about sex, gender, queerness, and relationships is for people aged over 5. And don't worry, children can get in for a whole £8. They do have a child discount.
At least they're waiting until after they're 5, right, dude? They're not as bad as the they're not as bad as the World Health Organization then. Because the World Health Organization in Europe released a thing saying that in school, kids from 0 to 4 years old should be taught about masturbation.
What? Get the wood chipper out and we're fucking putting the World Health Organization through.
Pedo lawn darts, I tell you. That's what we need.
I'll find it for you.
Oh,
While you're looking for that, I'll read some more about the family sex show. Using real-life bodies, personal stories, songs, and movement. The family sex shows puts the the good stuff, at the forefront of conversation and imagines a future where there is no age of consent, no shame, but a celebration of difference, equality, and pedophilia. I mean liberation. This egg invites you to bring your groomers and your victims. Your parents and your children, friends, lovers, and bring your whole self. Made in consultation with the School of Sexuality Education. This is a show for child molesters. I mean, everyone.
You're going to be so well groomed after this show, you won't know the difference.
Oh my god, it gets worse. We'll get to that shortly. This egg, because that sounds helpful, have created the family sex show to open up conversations around relationships. It has been created with input and guidance from educational and child molestation specialists. Safeguarding specialists. The nakedness in the show is not of a sexualized nature. I repeat, the nakedness in the show about boundaries, consent, pleasure, queerness, sex, and gender is not of a sexualized nature.
Wait. So it's not a sexualized nature.
I am fucking happy that you're roboting right now so I don't hear anything.
I repeat, the nakedness in the show for ages 5+ about boundaries, consent, pleasure, queerness, sex, gender, and relationships is not of a sexualized nature. Nakedness for 5+. Do I need to repeat it more? These fucking pedophile groomer scum want to show 5-year-olds their own naked bodies because they're pedophiles.
And see, this is why Florida is a based state.
Also, we ask you to please continue to wear your masks as much as possible during your visit because we're a bunch of faggots.
So you're completely naked with a mask on. Yeah, this really makes a whole hell of a lot of sense.
Well, they don't want the police to be able to identify the pedophiles that are molesting the children.
Yeah.
Typical actual thing. Very angry, actually, right now.
George says, groomers are the Venn diagram intersection of commies and pedos. Thus, these people should be yeeted from the helicopter into a field of wood chippers. Seraphis is like, I'm starting to think the draconian actions of the past, in some cases, might be ever so slightly justified in certain cases.
Or most cases, from the sounds of things.
Well, I want to hear an argument against bringing back witch burning to feminists. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Exactly. all I hear are crickets, and it's like,
I'm just done with this.
Yeah, just crickets chirping.
Hey, whatever can happen as long as I deal with this kind of shit. Just fucking saying, dude. Just all faith in humanity has been lost at this point.
I'm trying to turn myself into a transhuman. I think I'm identifying as, I don't know, anything else.
Yeah. If I can be whatever, can I identify as? Yeah, can I identify as not fucking human?
Guys, like, unironically, there's actually some, like, leftian bread tube that went too far for Vosh in that regard. She was like, Demon Mama was like, unironically, you can identify as an attack helicopter or N-word gender. And like, Vosh got to an argument with this person, like, no.
Well, Vosh wants to make sure everybody's still human so he can diddle kids more. Yeah, exactly.
Well, Vosh's problem is that by leftist logic, there is no argument against attack helicopters. Or N-word gender.
I mean, he doesn't like attack helicopters because of his political leaning. He's afraid of helicopters.
Especially assault helicopters.
Yes.
Limited capacity helicopters he might be okay with.
George says, I continue to be amazed by the lack of roaming gangs of pissed off men doling out beatings and at-need lynchings to those who groom or molest children. Then George asks, can one identify as a victim of a non-existent molestation in order to receive a lighter sentence for severely beating a groomer?
I mean, I think you should be nominated for an award, but that's just me.
Oh, excellent. So they've also got more information about the family sex show. Let's have a look. Let's see if it wants to load.
Is Trim going to be on serial watch now?
Yeah. The family sex show panel discussion. Sex, bodies, and rights for all. A panel...
Hold on. Scroll.
Okay,
scroll back up.
okay, maybe. Just maybe on that one then, okay? Oh.
See, the little statue with "I can't find the clitoris."
Like, do you idiots not know that you can go on Google and type in how to find clitoris and there'll be a feminist to tell you about it?
Or dressed up as a giant one?
Like,
Or you can just
like,
find
didn't
the
that
clitoris.
stupid bitch that Chris Ray Gunn's been banging have an entire series on YouTube about sex education?
Oh, probably.
Like, you can probably go find her telling you how to find the clitoris. It's not that difficult.
But you can't charge like
Between the legs.
£8 per kid.
You find it.
Yep, so they've got a panel discussion
the
around the
internet
themes of
says-
sex and
The internet
relationships.
says The internet says it's at the crest of the labia. What does that mean?
Exactly.
Yes.
It's like a egg. It's cresting.
Yes. Base
Oh.
UCYIBDA1. Yes. Based.
So
There's
at
not
this
enough
panel
wood chip
at
material
this
as well.
panel discussion, Trim, at this panel discussion, they will talk about what we might talk about sex, sexuality, and gender from an early age in a young person's life, because we're grooming pedophiles, and the importance of young people understanding their bodies, including their rights and consenting to us being pedophiles.
Yeah, just
So-
nuke it all. Just burn it. Nuclear fire. This has to be purified.
So,
It
the
can't be saved. Just nuclear fire.
Yeah. So the panel speakers, we have Katie Spark. She/her. Katie is the sexual violence lead at the School of Sexuality Education, where she develops and delivers workshops and training about sexual violence and how to commit it. She advocates for pedophilia. Sophie Whitehead.
Burn it.
She/her. Sophie is a sex educator, writer, and pedophile candidate at King's College London, where she's researching pedophiles.
Again, burn it. All of it. Just nuclear fire. All of it.
Yep, so then we have Gaia Theory, Kamal Kana Kama Muhammad Ding Dong. They/she, who is a Tamil writer, relationships, and sexual predator. They facilitates RSE with award-winning charity School of Sexuality Education and is co-author of Sex Ed, an inclusive teenage guide to being a victim. They found Inclusive Tamil Arts, a collective of queer Tamil pedophiles who need to learn and co-create work across the pedophilia spectrum.
How interesting.
They write regularly for
again,
decolonizing contraception and Stonewall, centering experiences of pedophiles of color, and asks how might we embody pedophilia.
Oh, look at that. Time to go to work.
Howard.
Unironically, he
I
does
wanna
have to go
say
to work.
Yeah, that is, I've never been this happy to see the time to go to work.
But Trim,
that is,
Don't you
that
want
is,
to talk
what?
about a sex education workshop for families, for children 5+, where they teach families how to
How
have
about-
gay pedophile incest?
Can I instead take the secondary option of hanging myself by my own entrails?
Nope.
No, you're not allowed to. I need you for gaming streamers when
Okay,
you
but-
get home, you motherfucker.
Yeah, hurry up and get home so we can game.
Yes, we have Valheim
I
to
get
play, you
wrong
son of a
with
bitch.
This conversation,
Yeah,
this shit is
right
rubbing
away.
my will to
The
fucking
dungeons to play. Hurry up.
No, he wants to find entrail time.
Yeah, I'm the horribly selfish man. I need to make money.
I keep telling you,
know, the new socialist utopia. That,
I keep telling you,
need
you
money?
should take that job on land so that you can spend the 8 hours of the day that you aren't sleeping or at work gaming with me.
Yeah, but the problem is that I need to make more money, and with this job, I can make more money.
That sounds like
At
an
least I'm gonna
excuse.
keep it for the next 4 years, and that's how it is to be 30 years old, single, guys, and be a fucking retard as well. My words, I know.
All right, Trim.
This was so fucking.
May the peace of the Lord God go with you on this holy Saturday.
Based. And amen.
Thank you. I might.
Amen
actually
and
fucking
I
need
women.
that.
Oh God!
Hey y'all.
What about a they them?
The attack helicopter.
Yes. Goodbye, Trim. Have a good time at work.
Have fun, guys. This is a fun stream until the last part, but hey.
Yes,
it
and then
happens.
this
At least I didn't get a headache this time.
Yes.
Yeah,
This time.
and then this last part reminds us why God Himself needed to sacrifice Himself for the forgiveness of humanity's sins.
No. This reminds us of why He turned an
Not
entire
even God
city
can
into
save us from these
sulfur and
pedophiles.
hellfire so bad that every unfortunate motherfucker who turned around to look at it turned to salt. Sodom and Gomorrah this shit right now. If that happened, I'll convert. I'll wear the cross daily.
Wait, Trim, also,
Stapled to my chest like goddamn conflict.
also Trim. Hey,
What?
if we kill the family sex show and all the other pedos, will we finally be free?
It's a good
I
start.
fucking hope so. Oh, god damn it. Well, have a wonderful one, guys. I need to run around and fill food and talk shit to people.
Goodbye,
Luckily,
Trim.
there's a few Virginians out there, and they're
Hey,
funny
Trim,
to talk
before-
to, as well
Trim,
as some
Trim.
Kentuckians.
Before you
What?
go, what do you call 100
What?
dead politicians?
A good time?
A good start.
Yeah. I mean, both are right.
Yeah.
Not both. People talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye, Trim.
Student of history says, do you think that God stays in heaven because he too fears what he's created? I fucking love how that quote comes from Steve Buscemi and Spy Kids too.
Speaking of Spy Kids, are you guys familiar with Machete?
Yeah.
With the movie, yeah.
Yes, you know that Machete's actually a character from Spy Kids.
Yep.
Played by the same actor, the same character from the same movie, and then in the movie Machete kills the main female girl, Spy Kid, shows up in a bikini acting all sexy in Machete Kills. It's-
All right, I didn't need to know that.
It's great because I'm of the right age for that to be okay to appreciate.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yes, and it's a damn good one. Danny Trejo. Oh, it's not worth watching. It's just funny if you've watched it. Because I was of the age to watch Spy Kids when they came out in cinemas. And then many, many years later, I was looking at who was in Machete Kills. Oh, hello. It's okay. I'm younger than she is, so it's fine.
No, oh, sorry. Nope. Carlos Estevez. I only know Joe Estevez.
Oh, I know like 2 characters from that. good old Danny Trejo and whatever her tits is from that was in Spy Kids, where Machete came from. I can't believe that they didn't get sued by the producers of Spy Kids when they brought that movie out.
It's probably just way too subtle, or owned by the same studio.
Yeah. Oh, Carlos Estevez was how Charlie Sheen was credited for Machete Kills. Oh, I didn't even know it was him.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can't even remember him from that movie.
Ah, yes, Robert Rodriguez, the guy who made a couple good movies and then stunk it up with was it Book of Boba Fett or something like that.
So, the Family Sex Show also presents a workshop for parents and carers, how to talk about sex to your 5-year-old.
Oh, God.
Don't.
Yeah, why?
Because they want to groom them. They want the 5-year-old to be receptive to their advances.
Very much.
Yep. Aimed at parents, carers, and adults, this workshop is an introduction to relationships and how we talk about sex. It's a chance to explore how we talk about boundaries, gender, sexuality, pleasure, and relationships and boundaries. In particular, how we talk about this with the children and young people we are abusing.
I wish I could figure out some other way than the obvious answer for the left to be so damn fixated on sexualizing children. But I can't.
They're literally all pedophiles.
Yeah. Or worse.
Yeah.
Incestuous pedophiles.
Student of history's like, wait another 8 to 10 years? Yeah! That's a good idea.
What? And reasonable when the kids themselves actually have questions? What?
Why, yes, George. I do hear a 1911 being cocked. Because George is like, does anyone else hear a 45 slide being racked? Yes, I do hear that 1911. Then again, keep in mind, George, the Thompson takes a 45 cartridge.
And the M3 grease gun.
Yep, but
Saying
specifically,
if you're on a budget.
Specifically, the Thompson takes 45 ACP, which is the pistol round.
Yes, as does the M3 grease gun.
Yes.
And they actually have interchangeable magazines. But
yes.
anyway.
So, yes, we're getting the drum magazine Thompson, and we're going hunting. So the Family Sex Show has a website, which looks fucking... Oh, here we go. So here's a statue that has I have a penis in my pants. Here's some tits in the background. I'm not sure I can show this on YouTube, actually. I need to close this. I'm going to need to blur that in post.
Genitals don't define. Ugh. Well, actually, George, the BAR is in 30-06, not 308.
30-06 is
It's
still a sexy caliber, but 308 is good because you can fire 7.62 in a 308.
Yes.
However, be very, very careful about firing 308 in a 7.62. That could get you in trouble.
Yeah, the chambering is a little bit tighter.
Yeah, you can end up with extraction and expansion issues, but there's no problems whatsoever with firing 7.62 in a 308.
Correct.
Green Branch is like, can we just use the 50 BMG? I don't have $4 to $5 per pedophile.
Oh, well, see, what you do is you just collect their insurance money afterwards.
Oh.
And fund it for the next one.
I see.
See, or collect their Social Security disability checks.
Student of History says there's 2 reasons. Pedophilia and power. Only reasons to groom children, control their bodies, or control their minds, or both.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's kind of touching on the Brave New World type stuff where you change their mindset young, they're easier to control.
Student Visitor says, get the Chicago typewriters, boys. St. Valentine's Day gonna look like a joke. And Green Branch, in reference to the 50 BMG, it's worth it, man. You send a message.
I actually like a 12 gauge shotgun would actually be very expressive, kind of artistic.
I'm a fan of trench guns. If you run out of ammo, you run them through with the bayonet.
Yeah, see, George rather Herrera's recent St. Petersburg typewriter, the Commie Tommy. Yeah. The AK-50 project would make a great statement for this.
the AK-50, I saw that. It's so stupid. I like it, but it's so stupid.
Granted, if you really wanted to go all out, you get one of those, was it a Lottie Finnish anti-tank rifle?
Student George is like, fuck it, if we're upgrading like that, let's just go whole hog. Warthog and strafe a field of groomers.
Ooh.
Yep, go A10 on those motherfuckers. Oh, the Green Branch one's like, fun fact, in the US, did you know that communists are not considered people under law? Well, it's like that story of the American soldier who was asked how he feels about killing people. I've never killed a person, I've only ever killed communists.
Indeed, yes, and I think he started, I think it's Polish, if I remember right.
I think you're right that it was Polish. But he's not wrong.
No. Yeah, he started out in Poland and ended up in the U.S. Marine Corps and disappeared in Vietnam in like 72. That's who I'm thinking about.
Look, all you need to know is Liberty Prime is not wrong about communists.
Yeah, Liberty Prime did nothing wrong.
Just like the only thing McCarthy did wrong was not going far enough.
Yeah. Well, Patton was right. We should have rearmed the Germans and sent them to wipe out the communists.
Yep, we should have just continued east into Russia.
Mm-hmm.
George says, lol, the only thing McCarthy did wrong, stop. Yes, that's right.
George, I can't remember if that was a direct quote, but it's always been attributed to Patton.
Patton was pretty based, as was MacArthur. Student History's just posting cool Brent Herrera videos, the AK Tommy gun. Yeah, didn't the Russians just do the PPSH anyway? Which was fucking insane.
The high rate of fire made it kind of expensive to take to the range, shall we say.
Yes.
That kind of thing. It's like, no, don't need to mag dump every time.
George is like most space mad Jack Churchill. Yes, the guy who might have the only record, the most modern record of killing people with bow and sword. Crazy motherfucker. And the really crazy thing is, after that, he ended up in the SAS in Africa.
Mm.
He was fucking mad. And he was related to that Churchill.
Ah, yes.
I know this courtesy of one of my favourite YouTubers, good old... Come on, Drunk Brain, you can do this. No, you can't.
Meanwhile, disco's in the background. I have
I actually have cider.
Finally.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Lindy
it was
Beige.
only like 2 p.m. when we were talking about it. I'm like, a little early. It's like 5 now, so it's fine.
Yeah, Lindy Beige. Courtesy of Lindy Beige is where that information comes from. George says, fun fact, after Belgium's browning factory was overtaken by the Germans, the factories were moved to Canada and other places, including the Inglis factory, which now makes dishwashers. The not so fun fact, Australia has the Lithgow Small Arms Factory, which in World War II made all of the Commonwealth weapons. The Bran, the 303, which is quite possibly one of the sexiest bolt-action rifles ever to exist, and all the other assorted stuff. Turns out that the dumb fucking shitbag government privatised it and sold it off in the fucking 80s or 90s. So now, Australia has a private company making machine guns and selling them to the Australian military and foreign countries, but Australian citizens can't have them.
That's unbased.
That is very, very much not based.
But wait, it gets worse.
Oh, actually, in not getting worse, the trannies in sports thing has come up in Australia recently, and on Reddit, in the Australian subreddit, over half the comments were against it, and I nearly died of shock.
Oh, but those were all clearly Russian bots.
Yeah, but seriously, in an Australian subreddit, people were saying that maybe men shouldn't be in women's sports, even if they're taking hormones, because they're taller, faster, stronger.
Like, it's silly, because in some of... I do remember a while back them coming out with that women couldn't participate in women's sports if they had naturally high testosterone, because it would give them an unfair advantage, which is stupid, because then why don't you just start, banning people who've got longer legs or who are...
Well,
like,
that's it.
still,
There's no point basing it on testosterone level, just ban men.
But it is funny that, they'll ban biological women for having naturally high testosterone, but men, no bother.
Yep. Don't bother about the fucking men.
Well, you see, it's all about that feminine penis.
Mm. Yes, the feminine penis that Leah Thomas keeps getting out in the locker room. Speaking of sexual predators...
What about Justin Trudeau?
Well, we know that Justin Trudeau is a sexual predator and a racist.
If only he had pictures of him in blackface to prove that.
Indeed.
Oh, wait.
On multiple different occasions.
Well, it's really his dancing that salvages everything.
No, it's his fucking weird, rainbow Islamic socks he wore during Ramadan.
During Ramadan. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? God, he's an idiot.
And yet no one calls him out on it. It will have a result.
I remember one of the first clips I ever saw of him was in that, Sargon video where he's reacting to a Justin Trudeau speech. And Justin Trudeau's like, yes, I am a feminist. And Sargon's just like, why the fuck did you say it like that, Justin? It sounds fucking creepy. It sounds like you're admitting to being a vampire or something.
Being a vampire would be cool.
By comparison to a feminist, yeah.
Just in general, but definitely compared to a feminist.
Well, they're both bloodsuckers of a sort, but at least one's immortal, and the other's immoral.
Well, if vampires actually need to live off blood, it's no more immoral than a lion eating a zebra. We should.
Zebra.
We should. I mean, in modern times, it's like go to the blood bank. Actually, is that why the blood banks want people who aren't vaccinated to give blood? It's because the vampires don't want heart disease.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by that.
Turns out the only thing that kills vampires is spike protein.
Well, clearly the vampires can't go keto because they'd have too much spike protein.
Oh dear. How's Easter going, second? Since Easter is more relevant to you than most of us.
Oh yeah. You know, it's nice. You know, I've been continuing my essay on the fetishization of weakness. Hopefully, it'll be done by next week.
Ooh. The fetishization of weakness. That does sound very, very relevant to modern times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
The weak men and whatnot.
It's one of the most like brutal pieces of writing I've done. It's just like no fucking holds barred. So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be incredible. But yeah,
It's gonna be the best essay ever written.
And ended up having dinner with the parents, going to church with my mom Sunday.
Nice.
You know,
You're doing a sunrise service or just regular service?
oh no, fuck that shit. Like 11:30.
Yeah.
I mean, that does sound pretty cool.
Yeah, and then you know, going out to eat some more with my parents. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Remind me, second, is Saturday particularly relevant to the Easter tradition? Like, is there something important about the Saturday compared to the other days?
It's just kind of like Holy Saturday, and I mean, it's just kind of like representative of the amount of time that Jesus was dead, right?
It's the day in the middle where nothing particularly interesting happened between the two really important days.
Yeah, whereas like Good Friday is like, you know, death, Good Saturday, or Easter Sunday is the resurrection. Even like even Holy Thursday is like the Last Supper.
Yep.
No. Well, I do enjoy the Easter celebrations. Like pre-COVID, I'd even go to the local ones. They had the local Christians would put on a lovely event at one of the parks. Like, even from an atheist perspective, it's still a fun story, and it's an excellent excuse to get together and be happy.
Yes.
Well, yeah. You know, that's one of those things where I've never understood why people get so anti-religious. Just, and it's like there's a socialization there. There's
like
common
religious, but I do object to people trying to like shove it down my throat. Like, leave me alone.
Yeah.
So who's like following you around, like with like throwing chocolate eggs at you?
Yeah. Like the forcing it down your throat part, I've always had a problem
I have
with.
known people who, you know, they very much want to convert you, and you just like, look, I leave you alone, you leave me alone, we'll all be happy.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I need to start spamming you with my apologetics.
You start trying to drag me to church, and you and I are gonna have a problem.
Now I just want to throw chocolate eggs at Disco.
Yeah, now I'm just gonna spam Disco with like my apologetics school doc.
I don't even really like chocolate, so it would probably just sit in the corner
but
forever.
Easter's...
Well, no, just because I'm throwing it at you, that means you don't have to
What
eat
gets me is the people who want to get rid of Easter and Christmas. It's like, they're such inoffensive Christian holidays. Also,
Yeah,
fuck you. I want my public holidays. Step away from the public holiday, you motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Disco, accept my friend request so I can spam
No.
you.
No.
Billy Bloggs says the newspaper is warning about Easter eggs with salmonella. Don't they do that every year?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to go with Plan B then. Okay, going with Plan B.
Oh, dearie me.
Chaos.
Ah, Sagan's being naughty. In a good way.
Yes.
Well, here's one that you'll like. Second, Student of History says Christian apologetics. What's to apologize for?
Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why the apologetics guide is titled I plead not guilty, removing the apology from apologetics. It's pretty based.
I mean, from a Christian perspective, that is based. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't believe so. It just goes in the it's a religion I don't buy box. But out of all the religions that I don't buy, Christianity is the one that offends me the least. Because at least Christianity admits that women exist and raping children is bad, even though the Catholics have a problem with that.
Little too much of one sometimes.
Like, I think people would object to Christianity a lot less if the Catholics would shut up and stop raping children. But no, if you exclude the Christians, okay, anyone like if you say Christians to include anyone who believes in Jeebus and God, and the only problem is the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses who need to fuck off and leave me alone.
Yeah, like I have a friend, or like my best friend's dad. When the Jehovah's Witnesses showed up, he like welcomed them into his house and was like way overly hospitable to the point of like making them uncomfortable. And they like, were trying to get out and then they never came back.
Yeah. But they really don't like the question. They really don't like the questions an educated atheist asks, or even an educated Christian. Or anyone, just educated in general.
Because Jehovah's Witnesses are Unitarians.
Ugh.
Well,
the
they really get upset.
Never came back. Like, they came to my door once, and I think I upset them because they never came back.
Well, my favourite is when they bring a woman to the door, and then I'm like, well, why should I listen to you?
Oh.
Because women should be quiet and listen to men, according to their interpretation. So why the fuck should I listen to your opinion? Shut up so I can talk to this guy. Green Branch says they're still better than the left. Well, that's technically true, but it is a cult.
We're setting the bar low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Unitarians are basically, atheists who like to wrap themselves in, religious robing.
For more information on why Unitarianism isn't based, please read The Holy Trinity Explained, linked in live shows.
Or just talk to a Unitarian. Same difference. I swear I keep hearing this pecking at a window. Like, something's trying to get into Disco's room again.
No, I don't think it's trying to get in. I think it's gone now.
It's a dove.
Even from a non-believer perspective, the Bible's still a really useful book for understanding the culture of 4,000 year ago, Bronze Age, Middle East.
Oh yeah,
It's It's also just like really useful for like drilling in the fact that the homie theory isn't based.
The homie theory. You're gonna have to explain.
Homie. Yeah, human ontological and moral innocence.
I'm not familiar with that term. Could you educate
In
me?
other words, kind of like fucking the Rousseauian nonsense where it's like, oh well, society just corrupts people and people are naturally good, or like the implicit assumption made by like a lot of vacuous new atheist types where it's like, oh, if we just get rid of religion, people will be like hyper benevolent and rational.
Oh yeah, that's
Right?
fucking
Or, like,
stupid.
the deconstructionists, where it's like, if we just deconstruct society, people will flower, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Christian theology and the Bible get pretty much on it, where it's like, no, people are fucked up. They do fucked up.
Well, yeah, like the entire Old Testament is people are fucking mental, and they need to occasionally be murdered en masse to keep them in line. Like the Old Testament's fucking badass. I wouldn't.
But as far as I know, the label human ontological and moral innocence comes from like the distributist.
Yeah.
I ended up like watching one of his videos on like new atheism after his debate with Sitchin Adam the other day.
Yeah, like religion is really good at keeping, like, regardless of what side of the debate you're on, religion is really good at keeping stupid people in line.
Yeah, I think it might be needed for that particular.
Like the reason we have such a problem with the left is that the idiots, the human scum that would have normally believed in Christianity and would have gone to church on the weekends and done stupid church shit. They don't believe in any of that, so now that they've adopted another religion because they're idiots and their religion is wokeism.
Yeah, it's almost like, for some people you can be like, okay, you shouldn't do this thing because X, Y, and Z, and they're like, okay, you shouldn't do this thing because God said. Oh, okay.
Yes, but because...
because your mom said you can't do it. That's why, because I said so.
Unfortunately, most people are idiots and need a higher power telling them what to do. Fortunately for Christians, thanks to the Reformation and the New Testament, what they're being told to do is generally good for humanity.
Beist.
Like,
and there's also that threat of accountability for actions in a realm beyond
like
your own.
Harry, before he threw his tantrum and left, was almost on the crux of forming a good theory about atheists, Christianity, and midwits. Unfortunately, he was too stupid to properly put it into words, and he's fucked off now. But he was saying that midwit atheists have just swapped out one religion for another. Yeah. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I'm not sure how to point there, but he wasn't wrong. A lot of midwits and the stupid need a higher power. Because they're stupid.
People have a tendency to worship. If you aim towards an ideal, that is in some sense psychologically the same thing as worship. So what do you do if you don't have an ideal? Well, you're just aimless. You just fucking wander. So what do you do about that?
Yeah, and that leads back into this theory, which I really wish he hadn't been a little bitch and fucked off, so he could have developed it. So the average midwit atheist and the average idiot atheist, because they've rejected religion, they now need something else to attach onto. Because as
I don't think he came up with this, because I've heard this before, and it certainly wasn't.
Well, he said it. He might have claimed he was coming up with, but wherever it came from, the average midwit atheist isn't smart enough or educated enough or whatever it is. They're not well formed enough as a person to come up with their own moral framework. So they need to borrow a moral framework from somewhere else. Unfortunately, they've rejected Christianity, and they're an idiot. So they need to pick a moral framework from somewhere, so they choose wokeism. Unfortunately, wokeism is completely destructive to all of humanity.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Of course, the ones who aren't midwits are kind of borrowing an inherited cultural tradition formed by Christianity.
Yes.
Yeah, it's neither here nor there.
Like there is nothing. What can be widely described as the Christian worldview is quite useful, especially for midwits, because there is a point to that unless if a midwit rejects Christ and Christianity and religion, they attach onto some really dumb crap in order to replace that void, because they can't.
Still have the mindset of needing something or someone to tell them what's right and what's not.
Yes, they need a higher power, which it turns out for a lot of these idiots is the government.
Yeah.
University lecturer.
Yeah. It's either wokeism or the government, which is how we've ended up with the last 2 years and the last decade. Casa Lavanus Onesta says, "You're intelligent, but your comments suggest two-dimensional thinking. God exists outside the physical universe." Yes, if you believe in God. The problem is, some of us don't. However, Christianity is still useful from an atheist point of view.
There's still some good lessons to be learned in the Bible if you take it as like a kind of moral framework rather than a God said this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's
So
some
I
really.
think that's what's being missed with the.
Well, that's it.
Capital A atheists.
Because they have atheist as an identity. Like all midwits who must have an identity that can be described with a single word. Because they latch onto atheists, they reject everything to do with Christianity, which includes all the good bits, like thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's wife, thou shalt not be a cuck.
Thou shalt not be a pedophile.
I don't think that's banned in the Bible.
Well, it should be.
I mean, there's probably something in the
We need
Bible
to update that.
Yeah, we might need to update that.
The 11th commandment.
So
But
you can get hold of God, right? Ask him to update that one.
But like,
No answering.
It's like
you had my Easter prayer.
like I think it's commandments 8 through 10 or 9 through 10 that are the only ones that are actually specific to Christianity.
What?
You know this off the top of your head, second. I think it's 9 and 10 that are the ones about not having false idols and worshipping God.
No, that's the first 4.
Is it? Oh, I get them confused because I don't know this shit.
Yeah, the first 4 like I'm the Lord your God, no other gods before me, no false idols, don't take the Lord's name in vain, and keep the Sabbath holy. And then it's like,
okay, sorry,
don't murder, don't steal, don't commit adultery, honor your father and mother, don't covet shit, and don't bear false witness.
Yeah, like 5 through 10 are really good shit for secular life. Like the people that want to collect, but thou shalt not bear false witness. Like, if people believe that, can you imagine how much better the world would be?
Well, also, I'd argue even not making false idols one. Like, we all remember people like having Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, true. Actually, you do have a very good point there. I can see that one. False idols are not good.
Like, this was somebody telling them, like a higher power telling them what to do. Like, they always, it's always experts say this. It's handing the authority to somebody who's claimed themselves to be an expert. Whether they're even an expert in the correct field, it doesn't seem to matter. It's like expert says thing. Like, listen, authority.
Yeah. And I think
the rest of us are going, well, this is just another idiot who thinks he knows better.
Well, it's also, to be fair, like, the way that's being framed is kind of like, a misunderstanding that comes from the Euthyphro dilemma. It's not just that God says something, but it is that God is an ontologically perfect being. So it's not like God is making arbitrary statements. It is that God is the being from whom good and logic come from. Because like he's like this Platonic form of the good that the rest of existence is like abstracted from by like kind of a subtractive process.
Yes.
That might be the case for some. I think for some of the midwits and like stupid people, it's literally God says so, and there will be repercussions.
Yeah.
If they don't do it.
And that's the problem with the midwits. The midwit atheist, because they don't believe in God. God is real. The Bible is the word of God. Therefore, thou shalt not be a shitbag. So they don't have that in their life. But because they're an midwit, they are still looking for a higher power to control their life. Oh, hello, Dr. Fauci. So they replace God with Fauci. Or they replace God with Biden. Or they replace God with, I don't know, who's the social justice flavour of the week?
Oh, let's Justice something or other Taylor Brown or whatever the hell. I'm not a biologist.
Oh, I have a meme about her. I'll put it in live comments. It's a beautiful meme. It's an incredible meme. Frankly, you've never seen a meme quite like it. Let's see, where is it? Ah, yes.
But yeah, even if you are an atheist, and I mean an atheist in the proper sense of the word, which is just not believing in any gods, the Christian worldview is really fucking useful. Because people who say that America is based on Christian ideology are right. It is. And that's not a bad thing. Like, there's some really bad shit in Christianity, but a lot of it's really, really good and really, really useful.
You know, I think that's ultimately the problem to overcome in dealing with this is people just, the capital A atheists just want to reject anything to do with religion just because they have nothing better to do.
Yeah,
they have no better arguments.
Because they know, because they're not smart enough to. What I'm suggesting, and I'm sure this has been suggested by other people, is that smart people, what we'll define nebulously as smart people, can construct a view and understanding and morality based on the world on their own. Midwits can't. Midwits must rely on some higher power. Now, for nearly all of history, midwits had Christianity to fill that role. And that worked out relatively well. And now, unfortunately, nowadays, the midwits have wiped out Christianity, which was working fine, and if you exclude the Catholic Church molesting kids, there weren't really too many problems with it. Unfortunately, they've now replaced it with wokeism, which has no fucking morality whatsoever. So, they used to have thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's ass, which really doesn't work well with the my definition of ass, because I really like my neighbour's ass. Sorry, wait, what? And I'm not talking about a donkey here.
Are we sure?
No, my neighbour definitely doesn't have a donkey. But I do like many a neighbour's ass.
Oh, but do they have a donkey?
Yeah, hey! Anyway, but yeah, like they've gone from thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie, which is essentially what thou shalt not bear false witness means, and thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's ass, to, oh look, there is no morality, we can replace it with whatever we want, and we have now decided that we will replace it with white people and Christians are evil, and black people are innocent and need to be looked after.
Wow, there's some violent typing going on.
Yes,
Oh,
chat
crap.
is getting very, very metaphysical. Castle Levanus Honestus, I believe, and I'm going to attempt to summarize very, very quickly, is suggesting that God exists outside of our reality, which, if you believe in God, I guess is true, but the problem is that requires you to believe in God. And lowercase atheists just don't.
Well,
Yeah.
already did.
But I think you can still appreciate that in, at least in Christianity, that religion does keep the midwits in check and
It
give
does.
them something to, like,
Aspire
a moral
to.
code to
And a
follow.
moral code to follow. It also,
Yeah.
there's also a lot in the Bible which, while I wouldn't call it science, there is a lot of wisdom in the Bible. Like, even some of the dumb shit, like, don't eat shellfish, don't eat pigs. Like, there is some logic behind that if you understand that these people are living in Bronze Age Israel. Like, these idiots don't understand why you probably shouldn't eat shellfish. Because they're full of fucking bacteria.
You know, and you could try to explain that to them back in the day, like, you know, it's God, and they just look at you and go, okay, God says that it's bad. Just don't
Yeah,
do
like,
it.
like these people who believe in God. Like, every time the village idiot goes down to the sea and eats some shellfish, they die and they need a new village idiot.
And then
Well,
they're
maybe
like,
maybe
"No,
we
I'll
should
explain
just write it into the
it."
scriptures that God says that eating shellfish is fucking stupid because every time we've seen someone try it, they've died. Like, you can see where that kind of stuff comes from. And just because it's not based in science doesn't mean it's wrong. It isn't scientific, but it's not necessarily wrong.
Yeah. It kind of gets into that realm of empirical truth versus scientifically derived empirical truth.
Exactly. Like,
Fun fact: the sciences are actually rooted in monotheistic presuppositions.
they are
But
actually.
it seems
Don't
almost
tell
like they
Fauci.
kind of tried to do this with the COVID thing, where, you know, they have tried to fudge the science for, like, moral stuff. So they're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, you'll kill Granny. Like, Fauci says you shouldn't do this. And, like, it didn't really work with the science because we can go and look at the data and go, well, that's just wrong.
Yeah. Let's do some
Whereas
quick.
if they had said, like, no, you need to do this because our values, blah, 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 they might have even had more luck doing it.
Yeah, if they've been truthful about their motivations. The problem is, people in our spheres are really, really good at detecting bullshit. And the moment we detect bullshit, we throw out everything that goes with it.
Mm.
Let's do some quick comments because the comments are right on top of it. Student History says, don't eat pigs. Well, if you don't specifically know how to cook the pig, it's a good way to get parasites. And what was learning what to eat but an ancient form of the scientific method? Kind of. It's not what I'd call science, but you can have wisdom and knowledge without having science. Just because, like, the Bible isn't scientific, but that doesn't mean that the bits about maybe you should fucking cook the pig properly aren't wrong. And George asks at Bezic, which type do you call in the lowercase, the newest strain, or those who simply do not believe without being zealous about? So uppercase atheists, like uppercase black, it's a religion. It's the new religion which has replaced God with not believing in God and the government. Lowercase atheist in this particular conversation is just people who don't believe in God. I just don't believe in God. Do I think that destroying Christianity is a good idea? No, because Christianity is quite useful for keeping idiots in line. It has a relatively decent framework, because even if you work on the presupposition that God does not exist, Christianity must have got something right if it's lasted for over 2,000 years. And we can extract the good things from it. Like, don't kill people, don't steal, don't lie, don't be a jealous bastard, that kind of shit. We can use that in modern society.
Oh, but where's the fun in that?
Yeah. What else have we got? History of history, the prescription against pigs also comes of living in the desert. Water scarcity makes goats easier to raise. History of history says, looks like food, eats it, he dies. Well, don't eat that. Next village, idiot. Yeah. And George is like, gotcha, political atheists. Yes, capital A atheists are political atheists. That who have essentially replaced religion with atheism.
It was like, what was it, like atheism plus or something?
Yeah.
Oh no, God, yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Oh no.
It's like, that is just cringe. Like, because again, it's the whole making something a massive part of your identity. Like, just not really believing in something. Not suddenly I need a label and it needs to be a huge part of my identity. It's like, no, just don't buy it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's the old, well, gee, I don't need this in my life.
Yeah,
So,
and a key part, if my understanding is correct, because it's been a long time since I've actually bothered to read scripture because I just don't care, and Second can probably fill me in on this because he does care, is that in order to be a good Christian, you have to have faith. Is that right, Chris Second? You have to, like, faith is a part of Christianity. You have to.
Right, faith, hope, and love are the three theological virtues.
So faith. So you essentially you just have to believe in order to be a Christian. Kind of. It seems to be. Ish, yeah. Kind of ish. You just have to believe, because if you use the definition, faith is belief without knowing. Kind of. However, a lot of Christians would say that they know. But that's not particularly relevant. However...
I do have to go, though. This is really interesting, but I need to fucking swim.
Fair enough. It's a shame we don't have you for longer, but if you gotta do real life shit, you gotta do real life shit.
Okay, peace.
Peace out, man. I'll try and finish that thought anyway. Fuck, where was I? Yes. In order to be religious, you have to have faith. And the problem with being an atheist is you don't believe, you can't have faith. So the whole thing just falls apart at the foundational supposition. However, just because you don't have faith and you don't believe, doesn't mean you can't look at it and go, well, that's clearly 3,000 to 4,000 years old and people still think that there's some value in it. Maybe we should have a look at the good bits.
Having a good effect, both generally on those that follow it and in the wider community around them. And what happens if we remove them from it? Well, they go and find something else to worship because that seems to be inherently in their nature.
Yep. Well, and that's... I don't know. It's kind of this weird deconstructionist mindset of, well, just because it's not brand new and shiny and we didn't think of it, therefore it must be bad, despite the fact it has demonstrable positive effects on the societies in which it operates. I think I just said the same thing, but
That's okay.
In all that, there's
I'm trying to pay attention.
In all that, there's also the bit where it seems to be that for these people, if it's not 100% correct, we've got to throw it all out. Well,
what about them?
No, we don't have anything that is 100% correct. So let's take the bit that's 99% correct. And the 1% that isn't correct is the actually true part. Like, we can, even if we throw out the God existed part of Christianity, we can still keep pretty much all of the rest and have a pretty good time. Like, it's close enough. It will do. The problem is, they go, it's not 100% right, so we need to throw all of it out. Because they're not smart enough to realize that it's close enough, it will fucking do until we find a better answer.
So, are you all familiar with the Jefferson Bible?
No.
Vaguely. That's where he took out all the references to God and still had a pretty decent Bible, right?
All the supernatural portions, yes.
Yeah, all the supernatural portions. And it was still a pretty good. It was still pretty good, wasn't it?
Yes, and had a lot of the moral lessons intact. So it's one of those. It didn't really change a whole lot about the messaging in the Bible.
But I think this is the point as well, with particularly with the left, that they can't look at something and say, well, that's not perfect, let's see if we can improve it. They look at it and they're like, that's not perfect, let's tear it down and replace it and start with something new. There's no
and I think
bettering of things.
I think that's the problem that the midwits have, which is why it requires slightly higher intelligence, according to this vague discussion, to be an atheist who isn't also an idiot. In order to be an atheist who isn't a political atheist and insane, you need to be able to, in one snap of your fingers, switch from God is the universe, Christianity is right, to nah, it's all bullshit and the natural order is how things work, and this is all of the natural order. So you need to be able to hold a large amount of actual science and natural order in your mind at the same time as going, yeah, there's some good bits of Christianity, but God doesn't exist. And then compress it all into, fuck it, it's close enough.
Yeah.
You need to be able to hold...
that requires effort.
Yeah, and you need to be able to hold a phenomenal amount of human history and science in your mind at the same time in order to understand, is the way I'm considering it. Otherwise, you're essentially swapping God created the universe, God is good, Christianity is right, for Biden is good, Biden is right, Biden is the universe.
Oh, not Biden. No.
And I think that's a relatively coherent theory. In order to... there is an argument to... one of the arguments is you can't be moral without God, and that's an argument that the religious have. And the problem with that argument is, for a lot of people it's true. For the midwits, that is true. For the people that we now call leftists and wokeists, that is true. They cannot develop a moral framework of their own, because they cannot hold enough of humanity, all of humanity in their mind at the one time, to build their own moral framework. They need to use someone else's moral framework. Christianity is a good one. Unfortunately, they replace it with wokeism. A Christian mindset is far superior to a woke mindset, from an atheist point of view, if you're one of the smarter, in big inverted comments, atheists would be my argument, my suggestion. Because you need to be able to build your own moral framework that's not based on God. And how you build that, you're essentially running through all of the Greek philosophers in an instant. Are we utilitarian? What are we? How do we build this framework? What are we basing it on? And essentially, sometimes you basically have to steal some of the Christian philosophers. John Locke was a Christian, but he views all rights as having come from God, and God is higher than the government, so the government can suck a dick. Because God gave rights to all humans, and then all the humans got together and said, we will surrender some of our rights to the government so that the government can use our rights on our behalf. And one of the key ones of that is violence. Every man, and specifically men in the Lockean definition, is every man is capable of violence. Every man possesses in himself violence. However, when a group of men get together, they go, okay, you're in charge, you can choose when we use the violence, because if we're just using violence willy-nilly, we end up with blood feuds and violence all over the place and all sorts of bullshit. So we surrender our individual capacity for violence to the state, so that the government can then employ that violence on our behalf, either against criminals when they raise a hue and cry, call up all the men and go, that guy is a criminal, we need to get him, or when they go, our nation, our state, our city is under attack from bandits, vampires, leftists, Joe Biden. We need to defend it, therefore we are going to raise our military using your capacity for violence that you have granted to us on your behalf, and we're going to employ that externally. Huh. I think that was...
Yes, student of history, he did say Joe Biden in 4 different terms for the same moron.
Yeah. Yes. I think there was a point somewhere in that.
at the peak of your pith helmet, I think.
Mm-hmm. But yes, you need to develop morality, and the easiest path to it is through religion.
Yes, and that ultimately is the biggest problem. There's so many people that don't want to have a moral compass whatsoever.
Yeah. I think student of history twigs on the argument of you need God to be moral is the idea of how you inform your morality. Christians have God saying all these generally common sense things that if you remove God, it still makes sense.
Yeah.
The issue with the fedora tips is that they find anything involving religion, and in some cases used by it, by defining correctly, can't be used. Yeah. They throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah.
And that student of history is like, Bezic walked into the woods for a few minutes.
But he couldn't see the forest because of all the trees.
Yes. Or in this case, we can't see the trees because of the forest.
He's wandered off again.
Bezic has wandered off to the fridge for more beer.
I'm out of cider.
Is it a decent beer or is it a cider like some egg throwing recipient we have here?
It is, what do they call it? It is a lager. They claim. That one's on the floor, so I'm going to need a new one.
No, just shake it off. It'll be fine.
Well, it is considerably dented, so that seems like a one for tomorrow night. But yes, it is a lager. They claim it's a lager. It is 1.2 standard drinks per can.
Is it a Croissant lager or not?
I have no idea what that means. It's beer and I'm tipsy. It's good enough.
Fun fact, Croissant beer is one where they mix in high fructose corn syrup in the brewing process.
Oh, I have no idea then. I drink Great Northern because they looked after me many years ago, actually. In 2011, we had some massive floods where I live, and I volunteered to help out in them. And one of the things that I scored is that Great Northern, because they weren't doing much at the time, they gave everyone from my organisation that volunteered a case of their beer. And it was, at that time, the best beer I'd had. So I'm like, fuck it. They've given me free beer. They've won me for life. The way to a man's heart is through free beer.
Can confirm. I need to go to one of my local breweries today. Just to say that I've been there.
Yeah, let's see. Student history says, yes. An example is adultery being morally bad. It's bad for you to destroy your home and screw around on your spouse. But leftists not only see no issue there, but view marriage as itself now immoral.
That is true. Yeah.
Yep. Because they've replaced morality with wokeism. Because they cannot form their own morality on their own. Oh yes, I think that's the point I was making. You have to form your own morality. And for a lot of people, I think it's vaguely based on Locke. Like, Locke says that all rights come from God. And if you're a Christian, that's supremely powerful. And very useful.
My moral problem with forming individual moralities is, if I say it's moral to go burn my neighbor's house down while it's they're locked inside, I could make that argument. Yeah, I mean,
well,
no comments.
I'll be back.
There are circumstances where that could be the correct thing to do.
True, but I'm more of a kind of universal rather than individualistic morality kind of guy, because it leads to the excesses that the left produces. But sounds like Disco and I need to go play with matches sometime.
Well, I'm very much with the Locke that a man owns himself, his children, and his labour. So everything a man creates with his labour is his. And he can now sell that. Sadly, these days, it is being sold for fiat currency. But back in the day, a man could sell his labour in barter. He could trade some wool for some milk, or some wool for some pottery, etc., etc.,
or his children for some milk.
Not as
they
good.
Still do that in some countries.
Yes,
but we weren't very happy about that.
But a man labours to raise a sheep, then shear the sheep and collect the wool, and then he takes that wool and he trades it for something. Now that something could be milk, or seeds, or leather, or gold, or silver, or in the modern world, fiat currency. But because he owns himself and he owns his labour, he has created something that he can then sell. And a man can also sell his labour directly for something. A man can sell his labour for food, he can sell his labour for seeds, he can sell his labour for fiat currency, which isn't as great because it's not based on the gold standard, which annoys me immensely. But that's another problem for another day. But I'm very much an individual negative rights person. Because the way I look at it, social health care and welfare systems, I believe that they're great. However, I also don't think that they're rights. They are privileges that the citizens of a country have granted to the unlucky citizens of their same country. It's a privilege that they're entitled to by virtue of citizenship, but it is not a right. It is a privilege granted and guaranteed by the society. So you have the right to not be killed, the right to not have your liberty taken, the right to not... all sorts of negative rights. The right to not have the government taking your shit. And then the society turns around and goes, you know what? Because we're collecting taxes, and we've all agreed that sickness is bad and homelessness is also bad, we are going to guarantee an entitlement to our citizens. We're going to guarantee that all our citizens, at the worst times of their lives, we will give them this and this to get by until they get back on their feet. Because we're nice like that. It's not a right, it is a guaranteed privilege that they are entitled to.
Unfortunately, at least here in the States, it's gone from a safety net to a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yes, which is also a problem in Australia for single parents.
Mm.
Like, I personally, like, when I've gone from long-term unemployment to employed and flip-flopped many times. And when I've been employed, I've been I've paid enough out to pay for every fortnight I pay enough in tax to pay for someone's welfare payment when I've been working, because I'm at least smart enough to get that much money that I get taxed that much. But I've had no problems with it because I know that safety net is there for me when I need it as well. and it's there for the other people who need it. My problem is the people who abuse it. And that's generally not the people on unemployment. Because the unemployment is so low that anyone who's so fucked in the head that they think sitting on unemployment is a good thing, I never want to work with them. Like, I am happy to make the sacrifice to pay those idiots fucking nothing for them to sit over there and not be scumbags in my workplace.
Based. Yep. Yeah, I just remember this. It was a small town in Kentucky. I'm dealing with an individual there, and they're talking about how the welfare state is generational in that community.
Indeed.
And that just absolutely horrified me.
It's generational in my city. Like, it's generational in my family. Fortunately, it wasn't by choice. It was by accident. Like, I mean, a proper workplace accident. My father worked, and then he had a car crash that rendered him disabled. But it still meant the entire family was on welfare, which meant that I ended up on welfare when I grew up, and oh boy, that's been a spot roll that's gone up and down and up and down and been an absolute disaster.
Yeah. The amusing thing is with the stream, it's been on this creepy pedophile endorsed image for quite a while.
Yes. Let's see. Streamfisty says social welfare is in most cases altruism that people campaign on to pretend to be more moral than others by taking in others' labour and efforts. Then Streamfisty also says that those who cannot work should be helped, those who will not work will not eat. And
yeah,
I would say that Student of History is correct on both those counts, with caveats. But when he says that social welfare is altruism, I agree. That is altruism that, in general, a society has agreed on to give to the other members of that society. Those who have, since they're being taxed anyway, and yes, taxation is theft, but it's necessary theft. Since they're being taxed anyway, they've decided that the society has decided that since they're doing it anyway, some of that money should be altruistically granted to those who cannot work or are between jobs.
Yeah, but a lot of the time, as you say, people turn it into a lifestyle choice. And that is a problem. And I think you and I have disagreed on this before, because, I kind of toyed with the idea of if you choose to remain on benefits when you could go and find some work, that perhaps you shouldn't be granted the vote, because that allows certain parties to just try and buy your vote by offering you more money.
Yep. And, well, here's the thing I always get back, at least in the States, pre-income tax, when this started creeping in, there was a very large, vibrant, community-sponsored charity network in a lot of small towns where they would help each other out rather than, the state or any form of government coming in and, forcing people to donate to those less fortunate through taxes. And that, to me, has always been the ultimate solution with a safety net, is it's community-based.
Mm. One of the things I found really interesting, and I can't remember what the show was called, but it was one of those reality things, and it was on years and years ago. But what they had decided to do, they got people who were on benefits to agree to take part in the show. And they were trying to prove a point by giving them whatever the benefits would have been like 50 years ago or something. And it was really interesting, because a lot of the ones who probably could have went and got a minimum income job, but didn't really go and do it. They were, oh, I can't live on this. How am I supposed to live on this? What am I supposed to do? They got a disabled guy taking part as well, and he went in and they went, you could work. I don't know why you're not working. And he went, yes, please.
Yeah.
Because he had just been handed benefits. Like, yeah, you're disabled, off you go. It's too much effort to deal with you and find you a job. Well, they went and they found him employment that they were like, well, there's nothing wrong with your hands. You can type, right? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, right, great. We're going to find you a desk job. Come on. And he came away like happy as Larry because he'd been kind of lost in the current day system and got stuck on benefits. And when they kind of put him in this old system, it was like, no, you can work. There's no reason you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And for disabled people specifically, most disabled people, in fact, nearly every disabled person I've met would love to work. However, and it's a whole nother problem, the modern workplace is just incompatible with disabled people. Like, doesn't matter your disability, the workplace is just incompatible. Because, like most
unfortunately,
most
workplaces I've encountered, it's like 24/7. You have to be responsive. No.
Well, most workplaces I've encountered, so the day you walk in, you have to know everything, get everything right, be perfect, and not get anything wrong the second you walk in the fucking door. Like, that's hard. That's impossible for 95% of normal, in big inverted quotas, people.
Mm-hmm.
If you're disabled, there's no point even fucking trying.
Well, and I think there's the other element of that is people go out of their way and say, oh, well, you're disabled, so we've got to do all these special things, which to the people I've known that have had these medical problems, it's like, that's the most humiliating thing on it.
It is.
Yeah, it's almost kind of belittling them. It's like they know what their own limits are, surely. So just give them the opportunity, and I'm sure they'll tell you if it's something they can't do.
Yeah. And like, I'm aware of a lot of organizations that will take mentally disabled and they'll give them, like, it's like sub-minimum wage because it's government's funded and blah, 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 blah. But it gives them work to do. It gives them a place to go 5 days a week and something to do. And they love it. The disabled people that go there love the shit out of it. Unfortunately, even though technically I am disabled because I have Asperger's / autism, high-functioning autism, I'm too smart to be eligible for these programs. But I'm also too different to fit into the average workplace.
Mm. Yeah, and it's like, oh god, it was a program for they were mostly people with Down syndrome working here. It was just like simple tasks, so they wouldn't be overwhelmed. And I come in as a contractor doing something else for this organization and see this, and those people were ecstatic. They felt like they had meaning to their lives.
Yeah, like most Down syndrome people I've met. Actually, I think out of all the Down syndrome people I met, like, all of them have been really sweet people who just want some independence. Like, they want to contribute to themselves. Like, they'd really like to contribute to other stuff as well, but if they can just look after themselves, like, that's their goal in life. Like, they don't want to be a burden on people. But unfortunately, just by nature of the fucking shit disease that it is, like, they are reliant on other people.
Yeah.
And for people like that, it is brilliant to have the ability for the government to go, look, the country's gone together and gone, yeah, they're fucked, so we're going to look after them. However, in a lot of cases, the government doesn't also go, but there's still people who have the desires of people, and this is what we're going to do to help them do something to help themselves. I'm in an interesting place. I live in a city that has a lot of dole bludgers, a lot of disabled people, but it also has, on the flip side, a lot of disabled people that want to work, and a lot of people who are stuck in generational welfare, or just screwed by the employment environment.
Mm.
And like I want to murder the dole bludgers. Like I want to take each and every one of them and strangle the fuck out of them. The problem is the system is designed in such a way that screws out that the people who actually want work just get fucked. The people who are absolute scum, they can do whatever the fuck they feel like.
Yep. Well, you know, that's the thing. It's gone from assisting those in need to supporting those who just take.
Yeah.
They're just leeches on the damn system.
Yeah. And,
this is why, you know, I kind of want to go back to the poor farm system, you know, where you fuck up, you go into serious debt. Well, guess what? You get to live on the poor farm till you pay off your debts. You learn some skills.
Where I differ from a lot of people is I personally am happy to have a portion of my tax go to the dole bludgers in order to ensure that we're protecting the people who actually need it. Like, I'd rather the dole bludgers just fuck off. But in the current system in Australia, there's no way to... The system's not designed to target the dole bludgers without also targeting the people who want work.
Yeah.
Like, again, like the way the system works in Australia is even though I have a diagnosed disability, I'm not eligible for disability payments. Yay, thanks you cunts. Which has meant that I've been stuck on unemployment for years and years at a time sometimes, applying for work constantly, because not only do I want work, but I'm also required to apply for it by the government in order to get my unemployment for years at a time, because people just aren't interested in hiring autistic people.
Yeah, it's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, it is. Like, personally, I'm willing to tolerate the percentage of the scum that are dole bludgers in order to ensure that the people who need help get help, but like, one of the systems that the government brought in was what's called work for the dole. And what they do is they go, for an extra $20 a fortnight, you will need to travel to a place at least 3 times a week that costs you $30 a week, so $40 more per fortnight than you're getting in benefit in the extra subsidy to do work in order to earn your dole. So there are 2 problems with that. 1, the subsidy means that you're worse off. 2, it's not minimum wage.
It's whatever they feel like throwing at you, I guess.
Yeah, it's a $20 increase per fortnight on the pittance you're getting to travel to a place that once you pay for public transport, even at the half-price discounted rate that you're on because you're on unemployment, is still like $40 or $50 per week. So you're worse off working for it than you were. Like, if they turned around and said, you have to pick up rubbish on the side of the highway for minimum wage, I'd be ecstatic. Not a fucking problem. I'd happily work for minimum wage. Problem is, they don't want to do minimum wage.
Well, that means they'd actually have to, give you some money.
Yes.
Instead of just, buying your vote.
Yep. Or it'd work out to be something like one day a week of work. Which again, I wouldn't have a fucking problem with. But they want you to do like 3 days a week. And when you work it out, it's like less than a quarter minimum wage.
Damn.
As to investors, so government. Companies should pay a living wage. Also government, you're working for me? Nah, you ain't getting paid shit. And to top it all off, if you're doing this work for the dole program, where you can be sent off to do manual labour for fuck all money, you're not covered by workers' compensation. That's right. If you die on the job for your extra $20 a fortnight, you're not covered. You don't get a workers' compensation payout.
That's nuts.
Like, the system's fucked. Like, I want to get rid of dole bludgers and I want to look after the people who can't work. But the government's not interested in actually helping people.
Well, not unless you can vote for them. Oh my. Let's see. Student of history, like I said, those who literally cannot should be helped to the best of our ability. Those who refuse to work, fully capable, should be left to the gutter to starve for all he cares. Yep. No, I mean, no, actually not even left in the gutter to starve. They should be used against their will to actually do something worthwhile. Or help Discordia burn down her neighbor's house.
Well, that's my point. That's where the problem lies. You can't refuse to work if the government says, like, the way the government works it is if you're on the unemployment, you have to apply for 20 jobs per fortnight. So you apply for 20 jobs for your fortnight, and you don't even get a rejection email for 19 of them. And for that last one of the 20, you get rejected.
Well, at least they, paid enough attention to respond.
Yeah. Like 1 out of 20. And that's where the problem with the system is. Like, even if you're doing the right thing per the letter of the rules, like, you apply for your 20 jobs every fortnight. That's 20 jobs times 26. And let me get my calculator up, because I'm far too drunk to do maths in my head.
It's pretty stupid over here as well. Like, I remember a friend of mine had just graduated and was looking for work. And so he was required to, like, similar to you, apply for so many jobs per week or whatever. And so they just kept, like, shoving, like, cleaning jobs and stuff at him. Like, oh, apply for this, apply for this, apply for this. And he's like, but I've just graduated with a STEM degree. And they're like, no, just apply for this, it's here. And so what would happen is he'd put all this work into writing these applications for cleaning jobs, who would just immediately throw it out because he was overqualified, and they went, yeah, we're going to train him, and then he's literally going to leave in a couple of weeks when he finds something that he actually wants. So we won't even entertain his application.
Yeah. So in my case, so 26 times 20. 20 jobs a fortnight, 26 fortnights. That's 520 jobs. You don't even get 20 interviews out of that. And that's applying for literally any job that you could possibly do. And then they knock you back because either because the unemployment rate is so ridiculous that they've already interviewed 100 qualified applicants, or like, and out of those, half of them are meet the exact qualifications or higher perfectly, so they're all better than you, so you're screwed, or they just don't like you because you're autistic, but you're not disabled enough to get disability, so you're screwed.
Yeah.
But, like, even when, like, so the way it works is if you're disabled, that you don't have to do the work for slavery program, but you get dicked over in other ways. So, back when I was still doing the work for slavery because I hadn't disclosed my disability, because I was still trying to get a work like a normal human being, like, I spent 3 days a week at the RSPCA shelters cleaning out kennels. And that is the best thing. I've been to like a dozen different work for slavery things, and that was the best one I did because I could actually see the results of my work. The dogs were happy. I got to play with the dogs. I spent, because we did the kennel cleaning in the mornings. Once we were done with the kennel cleaning, like half the day was spent just playing with dogs. Like, literally our job was to play with the dogs because they need companionship because they were in kennels. Like, that was actually worthwhile. I could see the result of my labour. Like, I didn't mind that, except for the fact that it cost me more to get there than the subsidy was paying. Like, I would happily... Like, I've got no problem with programs like that, if they're equivalent to minimum wage. Problem is, 3 days a week does not work out to $500 a fortnight.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, one of these.
it would be great if there were programs where the long-term unemployed could sign up to, like, literally pick up rubbish on the side of highways. If they were paying minimum wage, which would, again, work out to like 1 or 2 days a week, most people would be fine with that. Like, you spend 1 day a week working, picking up rubbish on the side of the highway, and then you're looked after. Like, you're still technically exerting labour for the money you're getting, which is good in, like, every dimension. And you feel like you're working it, but you're also not feeling exploited and getting screwed over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, student of history. Seriously, over here in the States, we have better treatment for prisoners than y'all do for dole workers.
Like,
that's not right. Yeah.
That's not even a joke. That's straight up true. Like, unironically, prisoners in Australian prisons live a better quality of life than people on the dole.
I mean, we've got a plan for you now, Bezic.
Yeah. Like,
come over here illegally, commit some minor crime, and go to jail.
The dole now is about $600, like $550 to $600, which is about $250 to £300, or I think it's like 400 freedom dollars. Which is not enough to live off. It's just straight not enough to live off of.
No. Yeah, and in a way, it shouldn't be enough to live off of, but it shouldn't be this damn miserable where you can't survive.
The way I see it, it should be enough to live off of. You shouldn't be able to afford any luxuries, but you should be able to afford roof, food, water, electricity.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with that.
Unfortunately, you can't afford that on the Australian unemployment. Because the cost of living in Australia has been through the roof for the last 40 years.
Time to get your
over the last 40 years
accent on.
Over the last 40 years, the Australian unemployment has only changed due to inflation. It's barely matched inflation until like in 2020/2021, they gave it a $50 a fortnight increase. Oh wow, thanks you bastards. But problem is, in that time, cost of electricity has quadrupled. Cost of living has more than doubled. Rent has gone through the roof. So cost of living's gone up at a 45-degree angle, while the unemployment rate has sat at inflation. So when you actually work it out, the unemployment rate now is the same as it was in the 90s when you adjust for inflation. Problem is, when you adjust electricity, food, rent for inflation, double, triple, quadruple.
Yeah, student of history, I have to say Australia is kind of looking like the Mad Max scenario. Really? They're just going to swap out the gasoline for kangaroo meat.
Yeah, well, Australia's the perfect example of a failed welfare state. Just enough money that people don't rise up. However, crime is as high, if not higher than always. Domestic violence has been through the roof since lockdowns. Suicide is just insane. Gun crime is up, despite the gun laws getting stricter.
It's almost like criminals will act in criminal ways. I'm very confused by that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But it pisses me off so much about the welfare thing. Like, I would be happy to work. I think it works out to like 1.5, 2 days a week to come to what the welfare's work. I'd be happy to work 1.5 to 2 days a week in order to get welfare. it wouldn't be a problem. That's makes sense. Like it adds up. It's not exploitation. Not an issue. Not a problem. Like it's probably good for people to be out of the house doing stuff, because as we all know, when you're trapped in the house for years on end, which guess what, when you're autistic, unemployed, and depressed, you're not in a good shape.
That just sounds like a great time.
So here it says, or they could go nuclear powered, cut out a massive amount of costs for people, and go one step at a time to fix the issues in the society. But no, they choose mate. Yes, nuclear power is illegal in Australia, despite the fact that we have the largest uranium reserves in the world.
But why?
At the same time, our cost of electricity goes up at phenomenal rates every year. Like, over the last 20 years, it's quadrupled, at least quadrupled. So people can't afford... Like, if you want to live off of unemployment, you need to share an apartment with, like, 4 people.
Well, that sounds like hell in the making.
Like, the average rent where I live is about $350 a fortnight. Yeah, problem is, unemployment is at, like, $600 a fortnight. So you can't afford a house on your own. So you need to live with 2 people. Oh, wait, you can't afford all the utilities. So you need to live with at least 3 people, most likely 4, just to live. Just to survive, you need to live with, like, 4 people.
Wow.
Yeah, certain history says can't raise the slave out of poverty. Yeah, just enough bread that the slaves don't get uppity and start eating the rich. And that's the thing that the communists don't understand when we say eat the rich. You are the rich.
Yeah, well, they always have been. That's the amusing thing.
Yep. Like, I would be a politician. Or rather,
but
let me rephrase that. I have no moral objection to eating politicians. I wouldn't, because they're filthy, disgusting, disease-ridden scum. But I have no moral objection to eating politicians.
True. Well, if you just cook them right, like you would a pig, then I think you're good.
Yeah. And to touch on the point Discordia made God knows how long ago about the unemployed should be allowed to vote. Like, that's good in theory. Like, the people who are intentionally unemployed shouldn't be allowed to vote. The problem is, how do you distinguish them from the long-term unemployed, old, slightly broken, disabled people who can't get on disability or age bent stuff?
I think the way you solve that is you force these, overpopulated social workers to go and do their damn job and go around and interview every individual.
Yeah, problem is the government privatized that.
Oh,
I'm not kidding. The government literally privatized getting the unemployment work. So
wow.
what do the private companies do? So you show up at your 1 appointment a month, and they go, have you looked for 20 jobs this month? Yes. Okay, go over to there to the computers and look for more jobs for an hour. Before I look for 20 jobs this month, shut up and do it.
That's a problem with that part of the system then, but it still doesn't mean you should reward people who don't want to work with offering them more money for the vote.
No, you're right. You're right. The problem is, how do you distinguish between the scum-sucking shitbags and the people who are just screwed by circumstance?
Well, that's what social working is supposed to be trying to find out.
Yep.
Yes. Problem is, the government's privatized that. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry that has been sold out to American corporations.
I need to do some investing, clearly.
Like, something that the government tried was a cashless debit card. So you couldn't draw out cash, and you could only spend it at certain companies, which meant that you had to go to the big grocery stores, which meant you were getting screwed on price. You couldn't go to the local markets or anything. But crucially, they were spending more per fortnight per person to pay for the fucking card than it cost to pay the unemployment to these people they were screwing over. So where they were paying $600, this isn't the correct number, but where they were paying, for example, $600 to an unemployed person, they were at the same time paying $600 to the card company every fortnight to run this program. Like, they could have just given $1,200 to the unemployed person and left them the fuck alone. Like, yeah, sure, they might have been a dog-bludgeoning scumbag spending it all on alcohol and drugs, but it's not like the society would have been any worse off.
Yeah, this just gets into that realm of why do we even bother anymore? Just let society collapse and burn itself out.
Student of History says, in very big letters, you privatize your social services to a foreign country? Yes, we did.
See, now that's your problem.
Yeah, like one of the examples is Serena Russo, who operates the Serena Russo Job Active Group, who are just criminals. Like, they're active criminals guilty of, like, multiple fucking crimes. So this person migrated to Australia from Sicily in 2018. Serena Russo Job Access, which is the people who operate the social services finding people work for the government, operates across more than 200 sites, employs more than 1,000 people, and helped elevate Russo to the 12th spot on the Women's Rich list in 2015. So the group is made up of Serena Russo Job Access Australia, Serena Russo Recruitment, Serena Russo Apprenticeships, Voice Psychologists and Allied Professionals, Serena Russo Institute, Russo Business School, James Cook University Brisbane, Serena Russo White House, Serena Russo Global Initiative, allegedly not for profit, and Serena Investments. And of course, she's a financial contributor to both major Australian political parties.
Ah, yes.
Student of History says Australian independence was a crime against the population. Yes, it was.
Yeah. I'm ready to invade at a moment's notice. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Like, there's dozens of companies that contract to the government to allegedly find people work. Problem is, they don't. They call you in for an appointment and go, would you like to apply for these jobs? Well, I'm not qualified for that one. I'm not qualified for that one. And that one's actually illegal. Like, they'll call you in and go, we want you to apply for this job as a cleaner. Well, it says here I need a driver's license. I don't have one of those. In fact, it's on my file that you have open on your computer right fucking now. And you're sitting here you're telling me I should apply for it anyway.
That just...
But literally, they're paying private companies to find the unemployed work. Problem is, they don't find the unemployment work. The last job I got wasn't through the job agency that I was suffering through at the time. No, it's because I applied to a job ad on Seek, who were looking for idiots to do call center work, and then I interviewed with an actual recruitment company. And then I got the job. No thanks to the agency. Unfortunately, I had to tell the agency that I got the job because I needed them to actually fork out the money the government was paying for anyway to get me shit so I could do the job. I needed them to pay for my train fare. I needed them to pay to buy me work clothes because I didn't own any work clothes because of unemployment and I'm a fat fuck. Like, for the job, like, it was an office job, so I needed more than... all I owned was one dress shirt, one set of dress pants, and so that I could actually go to job interviews. So, in order to go more than one day a week, I had to force this company to pay out for more than one pair of clothing.
Wow.
You see why I'd be the ones like, you don't have a driver's license? Yes, because I can't afford $6,000 in driving lessons.
Wow, that is nuts. For my driving license here in the States, it was through my high school.
Yeah.
It was basically
So
show up, $50, and you got a driver's license at the end of it.
Yeah. So just to clarify the hyperbole, if the $6,000 is only for people who are under 25 who don't have a family member or friend who can take them driving. So according to the new rules in my state, you must have 100 hours of driving experience before you can do your driving test. Problem is, if you're from a generational welfare family and your parents don't have a license or your friends don't have a license, well, you've got to pay a professional. Professionals charge at least $60 an hour. You need 100 hours. That's $6,000.
Wow. Yeah.
This is in Australia, the country where a driver's license is essential. We're not talking about fucking London, where you can take a leak and piss from your house to your workplace.
Yeah.
You see why IB1 says 6,000 to get a driver's license should literally be considered a violation of human rights. Yes, that's the point. It's literally a government plan to keep the poor people down. Because it screws over people whose families don't have cars, which means poor people. Like, fucking leftists are nowhere to be fucking seen. We have people from generational unemployment, low socioeconomic status getting screwed by the government, and the leftists are nowhere to be found because they're busy whining about black people.
Well, if more black people were to try to get driver's license in Australia, they might actually start giving a shit.
Yep. Student history says, so basically if you're poor and everyone around you is poor, you have to piss out $6,000 of money that you don't have because you're poor. Yes, literally. Literally. George says, this plan sounds like it will create a secondary class of lower income people who will be forced to live as close as possible to work, therefore paying as little as possible in rent, making it easier to force people to live in pods and eat bugs. Bingo.
It's almost like it's by design.
Yep. Like, they claimed that the 100 hours before you do your test is so people have more experience and drive safer. Like, have you cunts seen the people who have been driving for 40 years? They're the worst people on the fucking roads. Like, how many hours do you think that taxi driver has driven in the last month? And that idiot doesn't know what an indicator is to save his life.
Or the truckers here in the States, oh yes, we're professionals. Then why are you trying to run each other off the road, you fucking moron?
Exactly.
They'll probably get bored.
Like,
It's a game.
it's one of those things that they can pretend sounds good thing, but in practice, it's literally doing nothing but keeping poor people down. If you're poor and your family's poor, and you've got poor friends because you live in a poor city that has no jobs, you can't get a license because you need $6,000 to get the license to drive to a different city where you can get a job so you can afford $6,000. Anyway.
Yeah.
Now this is 100 hours is for people below 25 because magically once you turn 25 you're a better driver because it's totally not about screwing over young poor people.
That I think, at least here in the States, there's a large drive of that from insurance companies.
Like the one thing, the one thing that America gets wrong is allowing people to do a driving test in an auto and then giving them a manual license.
Well, I mean, we just don't care. It's like you get a license, you get a license.
Yeah, that's the one thing America gets wrong.
I don't know. Granted, I also started driving at age 12 with a manual, so
yeah.
I'm a little biased.
Yeah, like I think I'm a pretty good driver considering I don't have a license. Problem is, I need more road time, and the only way I can get that is through a professional who I have to pay for, but I can't because I'm on government benefits. So I'm trying to save up to pay for this thing that I need. Like the guy who was supposed to be helping me get the road time is the guy who's now disabled I'm looking after. It's an absolute pain.
Yeah. I always find it amusing when people talk, oh, yeah, American drivers, they just don't know what it's like with a roundabout. I'm thinking, okay, then why was I passing all these cars in England and France in roundabouts like they were standing still?
Yeah. It's funny though in Australia. Like I plan to get a manual license because I'm not an idiot or a woman. But
I have a manual license,
says
whereas you don't. What does that say?
Ooh.
that you're
I
richer
think-
than I am.
I think that's saying Disco's got bigger balls than you, Bessie.
Yeah. But in Australia, typically women get auto licenses, but it's for no particular reason. Actually, the reason is because of employment. Because when a lot of men in their jobs drive work vehicles, which are manual. A lot of women drive their personal vehicles to a stationary fixed job. But it's just some bullshit. But it's funny because, like, I'm trying to get a manual license, so all the people I know who have licenses have auto licenses, so once I get the license, because my car's going to be manual, they're like, can I borrow your car? Yeah, go for it. Oh, I can't drive stick.
I'm just surprised there's any considerable difference between license types, but then hell, over here you can drive anything unless it's got air brakes with just a standard license.
Yeah, it's funny that.
I'm just going to keep rubbing that in your face, to be honest.
Yeah, it sucks. Like, the biggest problem is I just need road time. But again, it's difficult because I don't know anyone who's got a license. Because you need someone who's got an open license in the class of license you're trying to get.
I would teach you basic, but you're a little bit far away for lessons.
Little bit of a commute. Unfortunately, the guy who was going to be teaching me decided to have a stroke instead and have his license suspended.
Well, that was.
Well, that's rude.
That was just rude,
rude of
wasn't
him.
it?
But does the license log have to be in your country of origin, or can it be anywhere else?
Well, fortunately, I'm an old fuck, so that particular requirement doesn't apply to me. But I just need road time so I can pass the test, because in Australia, the test is actually requires you to be able to operate a vehicle. Unfortunately, you're then allowed to forget everything the next day, but to pass the test, you need to know shit.
I remember scaring the ever-living shit out of my driving instructor. They kept wanting me to slow down in the corners, but that's where you go the fastest.
Well, I got one of my driving instructors once, driving manual. Like we turned a corner into a massive, like, almost 45-degree uphill. It's like, you're gonna stall. Drop gear, slam the accelerator, just cruise up the hill. And again, that's why I prefer manual. I like manuals. You can just drop gears and just put massive revs into shit.
Oh yeah, and I mean, hell, you can save a lot of fuel economy just by going to the correct gear.
Yep. Which is why the idea of reducing the speed limit on UK highways by like 20 k's is a fucking stupid idea. Because cars are geared to have best fuel efficiency in 5th or 6th, depending on how many speeds your gearbox has, to do best fuel economy in your highest gear, which will be at highway speeds.
Mm-hmm.
So if they drop the highway speed, you'll actually be in lower gear using more fuel.
Yep.
But yeah, this shit is why I'm trying to save up money to get licensed, because not being licensed just screws you in Australia.
Yeah, I expect everything's pretty far away from everything else in Australia.
Yes. Like, my last job, thanks to how fucked public transport is, was a 2-hour commute each way.
Oof. All right.
Yeah.
Granted, I make that as a daily drive. But still.
Yeah, I was in as a daily drive when I first started at lowest years, but doing it long term would have.
Yeah. See,
Sucked.
also, on public transport, you have a significantly higher risk of getting stabbed.
Well, yeah, it's public transport.
Yeah.
Granted, if you're in New York City, you get shot, gassed,
I'll be
and
back.
stabbed.
I need tea.
No, you don't. You need coffee. uh, yeah. I can honestly say the lack of a license is rather interesting. For here in the States, it's like they're in Australia. If you don't have it, it's kind of like you're not connected to the world like you wouldn't want to be. All right. Let's see.
That's something that the city-bound work from home, Green Queen losers don't understand. Like, just because everything in your life is a 2-minute walk away doesn't equate for people who live in huge countries outside of major cities.
Mm-hmm.
And they just don't understand the freedom that having a license gives to people in Australia or in America. A student of history says city-urban liberal types.
Mm-hmm. Or, bags of shit, as I like to call them.
But yeah, I've had a lovely time. Between generational unemployment, being autistic, and being a lazy cunt, I've not had a good time.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
and student of history says, check the first letters. C-U-L-T. Cult. Well done. Well done. I approve. But yeah.
Yep.
But the funniest thing about my last job is because the commute was so huge, I had money but didn't have time to get a license.
Shit.
And then once the job ended, this was mid-COVID, so none of the driving schools were working because COVID.
If they did, it's like, oh, you've got to wear a mask while you're trying to get a license.
Like, at one point, they said you had to be vaccinated to do your driving test.
Mm.
And I'm like, no.
Nope. No, that just does not make sense to have to go through that level of bullshit just to get to the point where you can drive.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't need a huge amount of lessons, but the lessons I have had have been so far apart that I'm missing a bit of confidence. I've got a few things that I need to practice to pass the test.
Mm.
But I need money and time. Unfortunately, for most of my life, I've had only one of those at a time.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, things are slightly better now, thankfully, but I still need to put some money aside.
Yep.
And hopefully sort that problem out. But yeah, you're screwed if you're Australian and you want a job and you don't have a license. Like some of the like half the jobs that I find on the job sites. Oh, we just need some idiot to sit in a warehouse and load the occasional truck. But it's in bumfucking nowhere, 2 hours from anything useful with no public transport in the middle of the night.
Yeah, no, that's an unacceptable choice unless you're, that's all you've got.
Yeah. And like, I'd probably do that if I had a license.
Yeah.
Because I've got this thing where I like working for my money. Well, specifically, I like money, and in order to have any, I need to work for it.
Wait. That's insane. That's unreasonable. How dare you want to be a productive member of society? Don't you know you have a vaccine for that?
Communism.
Yeah. Now that can also be a vaccine from life.
Yeah. Just like the regular vaccine. I mean, wait, what?
No. Hmm.
Student of history says, I like money and I need to work. Therefore, I like work. Yes, it's not about the work, it's about the money.
Exactly.
As the Simpsons said, money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Wait, what?
And in order to acquire money, one must work. Therefore, working is good. I've never had a job that I've liked. However, I've liked working. Because money is good.
I'm back.
I have enjoyed trading fiat currency for luxuries.
Speaking of luxuries, did Disco get a proper drink, or is she back at her tea?
You got my tea? You don't want to hang around me without my tea.
Oh, well, are you saying we'd be hung around you without your tea?
Well, she gets stabby and you need to watch your ankles.
I can see that. I'd rather not, though.
Speaking of Disco getting stabby, fucking Trim needs to get back on dry land so we can play Valheim.
Why is that me being stabby? I mean, you better hurry up or I might have to stab you.
Yes, but because you stabbed grey dwarves repeatedly in the face with spears.
That's true. Yeah, he needs to hurry up. I really want to play some Valheim.
I
And
know.
Dungeons.
Yes.
He's holding that series up too.
Yep.
We do need to, I think, start a series for like when Trim is on the boat. Something that Trim won't be interested in playing.
Yes. Depends how Trim feels about Factorio, doesn't it?
I don't see it being his kind of game, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, Trim needs to get back so he can play Valheim. The last episode was great. The siege and defense of
It was
Cyclops
good fun.
Tower.
Did you do clips of it yet? You need to do clips of it.
I'm infinitely lazy. I've uploaded the VODs, but I need to do clips of it.
Yes, you
Well,
need to do at least a clip of the tower defense.
Yes, the tower was great.
Did you at least have someone running around without clothes and stabbing grey dwarves, or?
Repeatedly.
I think that's Trim's default state, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad someone's taking up the mantle.
Trim keeps dying. Trim has this thing where
Sounds
he just
about right.
dies constantly. But no, it was a great episode. It got to the point where we'd taken over this naturally spawning tower, thrown in some wood walls, and we're standing there on top of the walls, shooting at like 2-star grey dwarves, going, "Ah, shit, Trim!" And then Trim fell off the wall.
This is shocking to me. How?
Yeah. But the best part is, and like, after we'd cleared it out, at one point he's like, "There's hundreds of grey dwarves out of here, you need to come save me." So Disco and I rush out to his rescue and we're like, "There's nothing here, dude." He's like, "They're right there." And we're like,
He's like, "There's loads of them." And we went out, we're like, "Dude, there's nothing here."
We even got fan art, which was great.
We did, that was great. We need to Trim needs to hurry. When does Trim get back?
Trim.
When he's gonna make moving house noises instead of playing the game.
Yeah.
But is he going to randomly go off and make tea and then have birds assault his windows?
Possibly.
Bird didn't assault my window. Like, it didn't fly into the window. It wasn't like being an idiot and just kind of flew in. No, it was just kind of hovering outside the window looking at me like, yes?
Was it a hummingbird? I mean,
I'm not sure. I'm not that good with bird types, to be honest. But, like, it was just kind of, like, hovering outside the window. I was like, that's weird. They don't normally do that.
Oh, there we go. I've got the fan art of the tower. Hold on, let me bring that up.
I kind of want to figure out if it's possible. Maybe we can get a mod to bring our own images into the game, because I would love to put the fan art on a sign outside of the tower.
I'm sure there must be a mod for that. I should have a look. But yeah, Grey Dwarves everywhere, and us just sitting on this roof going, ah crap, ah crap, ah crap. Like, at one point it's like, Trim, just fix the fucking wall.
I know, it's like, Trim, your arm repaired you. He's like, okay. And then, like, he wandered off, and we're like, Trim? And he said, what? It's like, the wall!
Well, he had to go prepare cereal for the Grey Dwarfs.
Student of History says the fan art is incorrect.
Was it the wrong time period?
Oh, Trim looks way 18 years old.
Aww.
Yeah. Oof.
He was trying. He was very trying. But he was trying.
Yes. It was great, though. It was action-packed and everything.
As it should be.
And then eventually we killed out the spawner.
Aww.
What do you mean we? I ran in there just like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
I was running in there too, fighting massive
just
amounts of
sprinted in.
enemies.
I just sprinted in there. I was like, they're gonna kill me, but I'm gonna ignore all of the things that are trying to chase me, and I'm gonna just hit the spawner. And I killed it, and I turned around, and there was like 20 of them just looking at me. I'm like, run away!
It was glorious. Just glorious.
Sounds like a bunch of old soldiers just sitting around reminiscing, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, remember the time when we whipped the Hun?
Sheriff
were
History
Grey Dwarves.
asks, when you ran in, did you scream Leroy Jenkins or freedom? I think she screamed, ah!
Oh,
Yeah.
Isn't that Scottish for Leroy Jenkins?
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh. Well, I feel like my brewery is going to be calling me since it's getting to be about that time, so I'm going to
Nice.
be wrapping up myself.
Well, that sounds like good timing. I was just thinking about saying to wrap off.
It's probably a good idea.
Yes. It's been 4 hours since we started up smidgen out.
Yeah, I think we covered like 2 topics. It's good.
Oh no, we got 3.
We covered at least 3.
Actually,
Okay,
maybe
there.
4. Yeah, because it was New Zealand's communist dictatorship, a decapitated child,
And dog.
and dog. Yes, almost forgot the dog. And let's see, there was back to New Zealand for a little bit. Something else in between.
Then we laughed at Boris Johnson and his gay Muslim friend who's molested children.
Ah, well, see, you could have just left off the that part and just been an immigrant of color.
Yes, and then we talked about the immigrant whining that he had to enter the UK illegally because he was in a safe country.
Yes. The world, it's burning ever so brightly.
Indeed. Speaking of burnings, we should bring back witch burnings.
Just don't involve my family this time, please.
Well, the witch is self-identified this time.
True.
Steve History says, Wuss Lady, Meth Mum, UK Cuck-in-Chief, a proper conservative, the welfare parasite, and a few other topics.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Oh dear. Keep telling.
I've had a few tangents. It's fine though.
Yeah, if it's not tangents, is it really the Sultans?
That's a good question.
I mean, the bigger
Answers in
question
the
is
comments, I guess.
if we actually had topics and not tangents, would it be the Sultan?
No. Officially says, and this is why I'm not allowed to talk to public officials.
Amongst other things.
Base tangents. Oh yeah, that's right. We spent a bit talking about Christianity. Unfortunately, Second had to bugger off before I was finished vaguely ranting drunkenly at him.
Yes. Well, there's always next time.
But basically, Christian values based, and who cares whether God's real or not? Because most people aren't smart enough for it to make a difference.
True.
Oh dear. Well, I am officially beard up, and it is 4 a.m., so I've had a great night.
Well, good you have standards.
Remember, it's not morning drinking if you started at 11 o'clock at night. Student of history, there's two dogmas that can be summed up as Rousseau and Locke, and Rousseau can fuck off.
Based.
Yes. I do like Locke, like individual rights, right to the value of your labour. Student of history is like, yes, he can, in reference to Rousseau fucking off.
Yep.
Base Ape says it's 7 here, time to start beering. If you're in
To
chat,
be fair, I had cider like at 3-ish. I've run out of cider though, which is a shame.
Base,
How dare you?
if you're just bumming around at these hours not doing much, you need to be joining us on the podcast.
He does.
No, but on voice.
Yes.
So
No, that's
he
what I
can-
mean.
Yeah, he does
screech
from time
and
to
play
time.
I'm
too.
agreeing. I'm agreeing. Like, he does need to join us.
Come on, base.
Student of history says, well, I could have viably have started 2 years ago. I mean, hours.
Yes. Sure.
See, then you'd have an excuse to drink earlier, based, because you could just be like, yeah, I'm just having a drink on the podcast.
Student of history is like, wait, bumming around means you must join? Well, no, bumming around means you can join. And if you can join, you should.
Indeed.
Because we need additional fun people on. We've already got us. We need more.
And then you've got me. Unfun.
Exactly. And I'm drunk, so that counts as fun.
And we've got George.
Yep. Though he's been awfully quiet today.
He's been shut out of the room today, that's why.
Ah.
That's because he smells bacon.
I thought it was the other one who could smell
That was
bacon. Leo.
Yeah.
I need name pictures of the kitty cats so I can tell them apart.
That can probably be arranged.
Hold on. Ah, fuck, the phone's too far away to take pictures of the kitty cat.
Base said he's going to join next week.
Excellent. That would be cool, based. And my ginormous kitty cat is on a cushion asleep immediately to the right of my mousepad. Because we had to come to an agreement. He'd stop sleeping on the mousepad if I gave him a cushion next to it.
That's what you say, but it sounds like you just capitulated and didn't really give the cat his full due.
Yeah, basically. Well, he's a good cat when he's not biting me. He hugs with
Then he's
his...
a better cat.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he hugs with his teeth. Yes, but he's a good cat. I don't have a mouse problem. I occasionally have bloody, dismembered corpse problems, but I don't have mice problems.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the cat or rodents.
Speaking about the government door knockers.
Ugh.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, it is 4 AM, so I believe that makes 5 hours of stream.
And we know you don't have a weak stream, so no prostate words.
I have a really good stream. I can sneak away and piss out some alcohol without you guys even noticing half the time. The one thing in my favour.
Indeed, indeed. Well, sounds like a good time to wrap up then.
Indeed it does. Oh, but that is definitely all from me. That is all from us. I believe that is
Not
all from
George.
No, but he's not here, so he doesn't get a say in the matter.
George will make many kitty noises, I'm sure.
He would if he was here, indeed. So that is all from us. Chat is having fun. So we will call it here. Thank you for joining me, Base, Disco, and Trim, who is no longer here. And to chat, thank you as well. And Shadilay, folks.